Chapter 479. Yin Zhaoga knit his brows. While other than his strange pupils, his appearance had not changed much elsewhere. The East Rising Lord before him already had a completely different aura about him. This devil has broken out of the seal. Yin Zhaoga's thoughts flashed at lightning speed. No, not yet. Within the deep abyss down below, two terrifying auras were still assaulting unceasingly, wanting to break through the seal created by the great golden sun. While the East Rising Lord before them appeared powerful, he was still far from that terrifying power within the deep abyss. It's a devilish will, making use of the time when the seal is shaking to escape, possessing this East Rising Lord's body. It is equivalent to refining the East Rising Lord into a clone of his. However, even though it was only a clone that had been temporarily refined, it was still extremely powerful. The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who had originally been close to the East Rising Lord's cultivation base, had been directly sent flying by him with a single blow. Scanning the surroundings, Yin Zhaoga discovered that there were still streams of black qi that were formless and soundless as they extended within the deep abyss. Everyone within the deep abyss had stern expressions on their faces, struggling looks visible within their gazes as they bore immense pressure. The East Rising Lord laughed loudly. "Such a good world, give it to me." Amidst his long roar, black light circulated within his eyes as his figure shook, directly lunging towards the nearest human martial practitioner. That was precisely his fellow disciple, a martial practitioner of the Sacred Sun clan. This Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner barely stabilized his mind, raising a hand to block. However, the East Rising Lord grinned, smiling strangely. As the black light came into contact with that Sacred Sun clan Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, it did not cause him to retreat, instead staining his body like thick ink. This Sacred Sun clan elder let out a shocked and enraged howl, his body shuddering intensely. The dense black qi within the deep abyss converged madly towards this martial grandmaster expert at this moment, surging into his body. The next moment, the trembling of this Sacred Sun clan elder's body suddenly ceased. A strange smile appeared on his old face, his expression exactly the same as that of the East Rising Lord. As the old man raised his head, the whites of his eyes could not be seen, only pitch black. The East Rising Lord and this old man spoke at the same time, one young while the other old. Their tone and emotions were exactly the same. "Give it to me." Two streaks of black light shuttled through the abyss towards the others. The Sunset Lord and the others hurriedly retreated, but the other party's speed was strange, and his strength was also great, making it difficult for them to parry. Black chains with blood-red patterns on them trembled in the void. Bloodthirsty demons rushed out and pounced on the human martial artists present. These demons created bloody massacres and stirred up a reign of terror. The East Rising Lord lunged towards Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's expression was solemn as a short stone rod appeared within his hands. The stone cudgel grew with the wind, its size rapidly enlarging as it instantly transformed into a massive stone pillar which descended from the skies, smashing down towards the head of the East Rising Lord. The stone pillar was incomparably huge, and the seven-colored light constantly flashed. It was the pillar of the Divine Palace. Due to Yin Zhaoga's cultivation base, while the pillar of the Divine Palace possessed powerful sealing and suppressive power, it was still insufficient to truly suppress the crevice of the 9 underworlds. However, when used against the East Rising Lord who had been possessed by an evil devil, it had obvious effects. Suppressed by the pillar of the Divine Palace, the black light flickering within the pupils of the East Rising Lord instantly dimmed, his movements slowing as well. Elsewhere, however, the evil devils were still rampaging unceasingly. Those whose minds were uneasy, their wills greatly shaken, all became carriers of the black qi currents within the deep abyss, transforming into numerous clones of the evil devils. There were also some whose obsessions had transformed into devilish intent, their eyes turning yellow and emitting a blood-red light as they shockingly fell directly to the dark side at this moment. Those with firm wills suffered the wanton attacks of these evil devils and fallen practitioners, suffering heavy casualties. Of the human martial practitioners here, other than Yin Zhaoge, who was an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, everyone else was an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. In the past, they were all figures who stood at the peak of the entire Eight Extremities world, overlooking all life forms. At this moment, however, it was as though they had truly stepped into an infinite hell. One Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster after another perished here, or became the clones and accomplices of the evil devils. Those numerous black chains broke free of the golden light at this moment, suddenly shooting upwards, unceasingly lashing out at the great golden sun as they also struck towards Yuan Zhengfeng and Shun Li. Yuan Zhengfeng frowned, continuing to press downwards with one palm, bolstering the great golden sun with his power. His other palm formed a saber, chopping out towards those black chains. A saber light that was majestic as the heavens lit up amid space, hacking apart the numerous black chains that flickered with red light. Shun Li snorted coldly as well, retracting the power he had bolstered the great golden sun with his hands. Streaks of purple electricity flickered, numerous bolts of lightning lighting up within the deep abyss, ripping through the darkness, illuminating the sky as they hacked down on the black chains. The two martial saint experts were even forced to sweep through the numerous evil devils and fallen practitioners in the surroundings. One after another, the evil devils and fallen practitioners were slain as the situation was finally brought under control. It was just that most of the martial practitioners of the various sacred grounds who had entered the Earth domain this time had also perished, suffering heavy casualties. Due to this, the seal down below grew increasingly unstable. At the bottom of the deep abyss, infinite darkness surged, a terrifying power shockingly beginning to push the great golden sun upwards once more. Gazing down from the high sky above the Earth domain of the Eight Extremities world, that massive network of light that resembled a spiderweb that enveloped the Earth domain surfaced once more, numerous golden threads and numerous black threads crisscrossing as they were densely numerous. The golden light was still bright, but the amount of black light this time was greater than before. Within the deep abyss, accompanied by the rise of the great golden sun, accompanied by the unceasing loosening of the seal, the black fog down below grew denser and denser, beginning to roil unceasingly upwards, even surpassing the great golden sun as it swept towards Yuan Zhengfeng and Shun Li. Yuan Zhengfeng and Shun Li both chopped out towards the black fog with their palms, the blades formed of clear light and the light of thunder resisting the black fog. Now, we have to fight our way out of a hopeless situation. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he kept the pillar of the divine palace before shooting straight towards the great golden sun. Nearing the great golden sun, an extremely brutal heat was emitted, causing Yin Zhaoge to feel as though his entire body was about to be set ablaze. While its spirituality was gradually fading, the power contained within this great golden sun was still shocking to the extreme. Previously, it had always been restrained within, not having been obvious in the outside world from afar. Now, as Yin Zhaoge neared, he could only feel that the great golden sun before him was even more powerful than Huang Guanglia, resembling the true sun star in the sky above. The closer he got, the more Yin Zhaoge felt as though he was about to be melted. Yin Zhaoge calmed his heart, extending his hand and drawing one profound rune after another in the air before him. These runes flickered with golden light, also emanating the majestic power of the sun. To be continued. Chapter 480. Blazing Cruel. This was the only feeling Yin Zhaoge had at this moment. On the surface of his body, his quintessence could no longer protect his clothes. His clothes looked like they were about to ignite. He felt the pain of countless needles stabbing into his body. Yin Zhaoge could now clearly feel how Feng Yinsheng had felt when she had been struck by the cold marrow needles. Just that one had been hot, one had been cold. However, the pain that spread to every part of his body, not a single inch was missed. It made him feel an extreme pain that he couldn't resist, and it was even worse than that. As he breathed, he could feel a burning pain from his mouth, nose, and chest. The heat spread to his limbs and bones. Not only did the surface of his body feel unbearably hot, but his insides also felt like they were on fire. Accompanied by the growth of Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base, it had already been a long time since he had felt such pain. Forcefully enduring it, Yin Zhaoge stabilized his mind, persistently advancing forward step by step. One after another, profound golden rune markings flew out from his body and merged into the surrounding golden radiance. This was what Yin Zhaoge had derived from the incomplete extreme yang scripture. Thanks to the special trait of the peerless heavenly scripture that encompassed all arts, while he had been sharpening his spear the last moment, Yin Zhaoge was still barely able to unleash some of the essence of the extreme yang scripture. As those golden runes unceasingly merged into the surrounding golden light, Yin Zhaoge instantly felt that blazing pain dissipate somewhat. Sadly, Yin Zhaoge's extreme yang scripture was incomplete. Many of the things that he had derived within were also somewhat different from the concept of the great golden sun before him. The terrifying sunlight still brought great harm and threat. Yin Zhaoge clenched his teeth, treading space as he advanced step by step, his entire person seeming to have entered that sun. The heavens and the earth shook as Yin Zhaoge could only feel as though he had stepped into another world. This golden sun was like an independent small world, suppressing the crack of the 9 underworlds and separating it from the outside world. Stepping into this world, Yin Zhaoge could only feel the light before his eyes suddenly dim. It wasn't that the sunlight had disappeared or weakened. On the contrary, it was that the light had reached its peak. For a moment, there was a scene of light and darkness reversing. All the light in the world seemed to be restrained, and darkness appeared faintly in the void. However, as Yin Zhaoge lowered his head, there was no longer a deep cliff before him, nor was there a clear, boundless sky above his head. All he could see was a brilliant flame. As the golden light flickered, there was also a scarlet color. It was as if he was at the center of the vast universe, standing on the surface of the brilliant sun. As far as the eye could see, the solar prominences were blazing with flames, the solar wind was howling nonstop, and sunspots would appear from time to time. On the surface of the sun, the space nearby seemed to distort and collapse at the same time, shaken by the terrifying power of the solar star. Amidst these heavens and earth, feeling the majestic concept of the heavens and the earth, Yin Zhaoge comprehended many things. Inside of him, clusters of primal chaos chi spun, as if they could split heaven and earth apart. One after another, beams of golden light shot out of them. Sunlight shot out from the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body before transforming into numerous profound diagrams within the air, each one giving off a powerful, shocking feeling. The imprints were arranged in the air, seemingly scattered and disorganized. However, streams of golden light shot down from the surrounding heavens and earth, forming even more powerful runes, unceasingly supplementing what Yin Zhaoge had learnt. Gradually, a complete scripture of the Tao scripture appeared before Yin Zhaoge. However, this Taoist scripture still seemed to be profound and obscure, causing others to feel that it was extremely difficult to decipher. Yin Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he slowly punched forward, numerous talismans of golden light flying towards the surface of the sun together. The sun shook mightily, roiling. A great door seemed to open, a path seemingly appearing. Gazing at that illusory door on the surface of the sun, Yin Zhaoge's attention was completely drawn by the scenes within. It was not just Yin Zhaoge's gaze. Everything within this heavens and earth, infinite light, infinite heat, was all sucked within. A great seal appeared there, completely crimson in color as it flickered with golden light. The great seal hovered there silently, yet drew in all light, all heat, all fire, all spiritual chi, resembling the center of the universe. The rivers of stars of the universe, the heavens and the earth, everything seemed to dim at this moment, seeming illusory. It was as if this great seal alone was the only real, supreme principle. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he tried to approach this great seal. He suddenly felt the heavens and earth he was in quaking intensely as a whole. The sun before him suddenly turned violet, making it hard for one to approach it. Outside, within the deep abyss of the Earth domain in the Eight Extremities world, the darkness down below pushed the great golden sun upwards unceasingly. As the power of the seal grew thinner and weaker, the expressions of Yuan Zhengfeng and Shunli were both ugly to the extreme. Bypassing the great golden sun, the black fog that extended upwards grew denser and denser. Afterwards, space began distorting intensely amidst this black nine underworld's baleful qi. Amidst the distorted space, two massive palms suddenly extended outwards. Their entire bodies are still unable to pass through, but their devilish claws can already be extended. The expressions of the human martial practitioners present all changed greatly. Of the two massive devilish claws, one looked jet black as ink, its surface dim and unremarkable. However, infinite evil intent seemed to emanate from it, bewitching one's mind as it made it even harder for the martial practitioners present to deal with it. The other devilish claw was completely dark purple in color, its surface intertwined densely with numerous black chains, the blood-red patterns of light flickering unceasingly on the surface of chains. The two devilish claws extended outwards, instantly clawing to death a few human martial grandmasters who could not evade in time. The Essence Talisman martial grandmasters who rampaged through the world, pushing mountains and filling seas, appeared incomparably fragile at this moment. A terrifying devilish howl resounded throughout the entire deep abyss, even spreading far into the distance as it reverberated over the vast earth of the Earth domain, shaking the sky of the Eight Extremities world. The faces of Yuan Zhengfeng and Shunli were livid as they hurriedly moved to defend against it. The power of both sides surged above the great golden sun. The Green Thunder Marshal Saint Shun Li directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the intense shaking of Yuan Zhengfeng's body, he was also unable to bolster the power of the seal. The speed at which the nine underworld's baleful qi and the great golden sun rose abruptly, their momentum seemingly about to soar into the heavens. The purple devilish claw shook, the black chains entangling it all unfurling, intersecting as they resembled a dense net as they formed a terrifying domain of darkness which enveloped Yuan Zhengfeng and Shunli. Meanwhile, that black devilish claw first clawed towards Shunli, exchanging another blow with it. Shunli could only feel as though his body was about to collapse. Standing at the highest peak of the Eight Extremities world, an exalted martial saint could now clearly feel the shadow of death enveloping him. Yuan Zhengfeng roared furiously, bolstered by the power of the clear qi robe as his palms struck downwards, mightily striking towards the great golden sun. The seal that was on the verge of shattering shook once more, numerous streaks of golden light surging madly as it suppressed the devilish qi of the nine underworlds down below. The speed at which the great golden sun rose slowed, those two massive devilish claws also stiffening slightly. It can't be suppressed any longer, let's go. Shunli howled madly, his entire person transforming into a bolt of green thunder as he shot upwards, evading one black chain after another. Yuan Zhengfeng roared, "While we can flee for a moment, can we flee for our entire lives? If you die here, don't even think about it." The green light that Shunli transformed in it shot out of the deep abyss, instantly departing far away. Yuan Zhengfeng was both shocked and enraged. After the two massive devilish claws before him stiffened slightly, they moved once more. To be continued. Chapter 481. With Shunli escaping, the target of those two gigantic devil claws was Yuan Zhengfeng at the same time. On the purple demonic claws, black chains shot out continuously from under the skin. As the chains crisscrossed, it was like an inescapable net that enveloped Yuan Zhengfeng's body. The surrounding baleful aura of the 9 underworlds in the form of black mist also became even more ferocious. It surrounded Yuan Zhengfeng and formed a huge whirlpool, wanting to devour him. "Thank you, junior brother, junior sisterly." Yuan Zhengfeng sucked in a deep breath, a pained look appearing in his eyes as he looked at the longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain who had entered the Earth domain. In the end, the two of them had also perished beneath the massive black claws of the evil devil. He had wanted to save them, but had been obstructed by the enemy, even being in danger of not being able to save himself. The human martial arts experts who entered the abyss of the Earth domain died one by one. At this point, there were only demons dancing wildly in the abyss. "Master, be careful." Directly above the great golden sun, Feng Jun, surrounded by golden and black streams of light, was the only surviving human martial practitioner besides Yuan Zhengfeng. He was entangled by the power of the baleful aura of the 9 underworlds and the great golden sun down below, and couldn't move his body. But at this moment, there was a tall figure standing behind him, holding a sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as grand as the sky, as heavy as the earth, as boundless as the sky. After many years of cultivation, having analyzed the concept contained within the Crimson Pagoda of the East Sea that Yin Zhaoge had obtained, Feng Zhuan had now successfully broken through the shackles that had always been holding him back, successfully stepping into the transcending mortality stage, stepping into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. It was precisely because of this that he was able to persist even though he was entangled by the power of the seal and the baleful chi of the 9 underworlds when he went deep into the Earth domain to monitor and guard the seal. It was just that at this moment, the evil devils were about to break through the seal, with Feng Zhuan's situation becoming even more precarious. The tall spiritual martial avatar behind him, the limitless heavenly avatar, was still standing, but its body was also wrapped in black chains. As the power of the seal weakened, the entangled sides lost their equilibrium. Faced with the onslaught of the devilish qi, Feng Zhuan was also under immense pressure. Seeing Yuan Zhengfeng in danger, a worried look vaguely appeared in Feng Zhuan's gaze as well. He suddenly closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. The true essence around him fluctuated, but didn't erupt. It was as if he was nurturing something, waiting for something. The baleful chi of the netherworld was getting stronger and stronger, and the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. As the flow of golden light on Feng Zhuan's body grew lesser and lesser, finally disappearing completely, leaving behind only black light, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yuan Zhengfeng sensed something in his heart. While defending against the demonic claws, he turned his head and saw his disciples' eyes shining like stars. A cold light flickered in his eyes, calm yet resolute, cold yet bright. After Feng Zhuan's gaze met Yuan Zhengfeng's, he smiled slightly. "Master, this disciple is untalented. Back then, I advanced recklessly without regard for the consequences, finally resulting in a great disaster. Although the decimating abyss was founded by Xian Dongping, the origin actually lies with me. Because of me, I caused a series of disasters and even caused eldest senior brother and many other fellow disciples to perish. Now that the seal in the Earth domain has been worn away by the passage of time, it's gradually crumbling. The true demons of the 9 underworlds are about to be born. Fortunately, my research on the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds can be put to good use today and stop the 9 underworlds from descending. So many lives have been lost. It's hard for me to repay them with my life alone. I can only hope to make up for my mistakes in the past." As Feng Zhuan spoke, the limitless heavenly avatar above his head suddenly transformed into spiritual light, retracting into his body. The black streams of light entwined around the limitless heavenly avatar also entwined around Feng Zhuan's body. Feng Zhuan's face paled somewhat, but his gaze grew even brighter. He let out a long, low roar, the black streams of light entwining around his body suddenly beginning to rapidly revolve and converge around him. Feng Zhuan sat in the meditative position within the air. Below him, above the great golden sun, the black streams of light converged as space began to distort intensely. As the space distorted and intersected, a hole actually gradually opened up in space, numerous streams of black light surging madly within. The space around Feng Zhuan was also trembling unceasingly. His body slowly descended, gradually sinking into that vortex formed of black light. Seeing this, Yuan Zhongfeng's body shook. Feng Zhuan's expression was calm and peaceful. "Master, please lend me a hand. Perhaps this matter can still be done." Sadly, this method of mine is a method that will allow one to rise from the jaws of death, and is even more likely to destroy the original seal. Otherwise, there would not have been so many fellow disciples and martial practitioners of the other sacred grounds sacrifice themselves. Yuan Zhongfeng gazed at Feng Zhuan. Ever since young, this disciple of his had not required him to spend too much effort on him. Whatever it was, he would do it to the best of his abilities, satisfying everyone. As Yuan Zhongfeng saw it, other than sometimes being too radical in his thinking and easily taking an unconventional path, Feng Zhuan was virtually perfect, handling everything in an orderly manner. Ever since he was a child, Yuan Zhongfeng had virtually never seen Feng Zhuan in a flustered state. He seemed to always be that calm and indifferent, composed and unruffled. And now, even sending himself onto the path of death, Feng Zhuan's expression was still calm, half his body gradually sinking into the black hole. Looking at Yuan Zhongfeng, a faint smile even appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yuan Zhongfeng was silent. Then, he let out a clear roar. Surrounded by countless black chains, Yuan Zhongfeng still managed to separate himself, his palms crisscrossing as space shook. Within the deep abyss, the heavens and earth seemed to be overturned, space breaking and changing. The great golden sun was not affected, while the darkness of the deep abyss down below was instead being sucked into the black hole beneath Feng Zhuan. Strangely enough, the more 9 underworld's baleful qi that was sucked in, the larger that black hole became, the stronger its suction force as well. Some fallen practitioners wanted to attack Feng Zhuan, yet were hard-pressed to resist the suction force of the black hole as they were directly sucked in. Seeing all this, a strange smile suddenly surfaced at the corners of the mouth of the East Rising Lord. He did not attack Feng Zhuan or Yuan Zhongfeng, instead lunging towards the great golden sun down below. Led by him, the other evil devils did the same as well. Due to its spirituality having been whittled away by the passage of time, the great golden sun currently appeared silent, the power of its seal growing weaker and weaker as it seemed on the verge of collapse beneath the onslaught of the evil devils. However, if anyone dared to touch it, a powerful destructive force would immediately be emitted from within the great golden sun, directly reducing the evil devils who dared to approach it into ash. His expression not changing, the East Rising Lord raised his hands, the black light vanishing as golden light appeared. The direct lineage martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan, executed at this moment, more or less having some connection with the concept of the Great Golden Sun. Some fell to the dark side, some were refined into clones by the evil devils. The Sunset Lord and the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners all laughed strangely as they did the same. They also did not hope to be able to enter the world within the Great Golden Sun like Yin Zhaoge, only hoping to shake the Great Golden Sun a step further from the outside, causing the seal that the Great Golden Sun supported to completely collapse. Seeing this, the gazes of Yuan Zhongfeng and Feng Zhuan both hardened. While they did not understand the principle behind this, they had all seen Yin Zhaoge vanish amidst the infinite golden sunlight earlier. Not finished yet. Chapter 482. In the heavens and earth within the great golden sun, Yin Zhaoge stood on its surface, witnessing that great golden seal that seized all radiance and occupied the center of the world. Just as he was thinking of a way, he felt the entire heavens and earth shake and shake. Stabilizing himself, Yin Zhaoge gazed towards the Great Seal. Suddenly, all-encompassing golden light converged by the side of the seal, actually gradually condensing into the figure of a person. Meanwhile, in the deep abyss outside, the great golden sun shook mightily at this moment, as though it had been affected by the East Rising Lord and the others. The great sun itself had not been damaged much, but streams of golden light coiled within the air, shaking the surrounding space as well. The black hole beneath Fang Zhuan's body rippled, sweeping in numerous streams of black light. However, these streams of black light were connected to those numerous black chains. At this moment, affected by the surrounding chaotic space, everything appeared chaotic. The intersecting black chains resembled a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped and bound Yuan Zhongfeng. Guided by majestic force, Yuan Zhongfeng was shockingly dragged towards that black hole as well. The two devilish claws that danced within the air clawed towards Yuan Zhongfeng. Yuan Zhongfeng spread his palms apart, moving forward together, one on each side as he blocked the two devilish claws that were attacking him. However, that majestic force still pressed down on Yuan Zhongfeng, sending him tumbling towards the black hole. Yuan Zhongfeng knit his brows tightly, as he could tell that these two evil devils actually wanted to use him to seal up the black hole. The surrounding 9 underworld's baleful qi transformed into a vortex, the bottom of the vortex being sucked in by the black hole. However, the vortex also swept Yuan Zhongfeng's body along with it. Beneath the effects of multiple forces, Yuan Zhongfeng was sucked into the black hole along with the jet black chains and the black vortex. Half of his body having fallen within, he actually sunk even deeper than Fang Zhuan. Fang Zhuan formed sword seals with both hands, his left hand pointing towards his forehead, while his right pierced towards the black hole down below. Streams of light attempted to break apart the devilish qi surrounding Yuan Zhongfeng. Yuan Zhongfeng's entire body surged with true essence, also resisting the dual devouring power of the 9 underworld's baleful qi and the black hole down below. However, he could only helplessly watch as the two massive devilish claws pressed down simultaneously from above. Yuan Zhongfeng raised his hands with the momentum of a heavenly king bearing a pagoda, blocking the two devilish claws. Feeling that immense pressure, a resolute look appeared within Yuan Zhongfeng's eyes as his palms that had originally been blocking outwards suddenly changed direction. His hands abruptly turned into claws, and he stopped resisting. Instead, he firmly grabbed onto the two devil claws and pulled them towards him with all his strength. The speed at which Yuan Zhongfeng was sinking into the black hole suddenly increased. But the strength of his hands increased to the extreme, and he began to drag the two evil spirits with him. It was obvious that he was going to perish together with them. Even if he was trapped in the black hole of the space-time turbulence, he would drag these two demons into it. The great golden sun was shaken. At this moment, the seal had almost completely collapsed. The 9 underworld's baleful qi grew fiercer and fiercer, the terrifying devilish aura of the two massive devilish claws growing more and more distinct and stronger as it looked like it was truly about to descend upon the 8 extremities world. At this moment, Yuan Zhongfeng had already completely disregarded his own life and death as he wanted to drag these two evil devils directly from the 9 underworlds into the black hole before him through the 8 extremities world, not giving them a chance to remain in the 8 extremities world. The smile on the face of the East Rising Lord vanished, becoming cold and dark. Yuan Zhongfeng's expression was resolute and fearless. This world is indeed very good, so all the more I can't give it to you. The Sunset Lord had not been possessed. Instead, he had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes turning yellow as they shot out a blood-red light. He looked at Yuan Zhongfeng. Yuan equaling heaven. Why do you have to risk your life like this? Look, Shen Qinglei is just a little smarter than you. Yuan Zhongfeng shook his head. Here, with the seal blocking the descent of the true devils, it is already so difficult for us to fight them. If the 9 underworld's true devils are allowed to truly descend into the 8 extremities world and display their full power outside, how will we be able to fight them then? There are far more than just 2 9 underworld's true devils. If the seal cannot be repaired and the passageway is opened, as time passes, more true devils will pay attention to this world, right? This old man sincerely hopes that Shunli has some special intentions in leaving this time. Otherwise, while it is easy for him to escape now, after a large number of evil devils have entered the 8 extremities world in the future, where will he run to then? Hide in the flame devil world? Hearing his words, the Sunset Lord laughed loudly. So you also know that there are many truly powerful evil devils. It is just that there are only 2 who are currently paying attention to this dimensional passageway. When more and more evil devils are paying attention to this place, what can you do? You are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You, Shun Qinglei, or the others, it is just a matter of whether you die sooner or later. The fate of the 8 extremities world has already been decided. Why don't you just open your heart and be like us? You will discover that this world where you can do as you please has a different kind of brilliance to it. Yuan Zhengfeng's expression did not waver in the slightest. If we can drag these 2 true devils into the chaotic flows of space, they will not be able to immediately set foot on our 8 extremities world and wreak havoc there. Without their mischief, before the other true devils have noticed this place, this great golden sun may be able to once again seal the entrance to the great 9 underworld's door. He looked at the Sunset Lord and the East Rising Lord. With just puppets and fallen practitioners like you two, it is still insufficient to shake this great golden sun. This old man will gamble on this possibility now, striving for a chance of survival for our 8 extremities world. A look of ridicule appeared on the face of the East Rising Lord. With just you, the difference in our strength between only descending with a single arm and descending with a complete arm is far greater than the difference between the heavens and the earth. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled calmly. Do what you can and leave it to fate. Only having exerted your utmost effort can you calmly face fate. In one's life, all one seeks is to have a clear conscience. Beside him, Fang Zhuan was silent upon hearing his words before he soundless laughed. He raised his hands, the index and second fingers of his right hand forming a sword as he lightly slashed across the meridians on his left wrist. Essence blood spurted out, guided by Fang Zhuan's sword technique, transforming into numerous threads of blood that traversed the air. The threads of blood resembled ropes as they trapped those 2 massive demonic claws, one black and one purple. The 2 evil devils were greatly enraged, their demonic claws trembling as a majestic force emanated, wanting to shatter the threads of blood. Now, Fang Zhuan guided the sword technique on his right hand once more, pointing straight towards the black hole down below as a blood-red light also shot out from the fingertips of his right hand, landing within the black hole formed of the chaotic flows of space. Instantly, the speed at which Fang Zhuan was being devoured by the black hole suddenly increased as well. The threads of blood that were connected to his left hand and binding those 2 demonic claws were now reinforced by a formless force, the space around them distorting unceasingly as the 2 demonic claws were actually unable to break free for the time being. As Fang Zhuan's descending speed increased, he also brought along a tremendous force, helping Yuan Zhengfeng to drag along those 2 demonic claws, wanting to suck them into the black hole as well. In the secular world, it is often said that when fighting a tiger, blood brothers fight, father and son fight. Fang Zhuan said, master and disciple are fine as well. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at his disciple with pity. After entering the space-time turbulence, it was hard to predict whether one would be lucky or not. One might be killed by the space-time turbulence, or one might enter an unknown world. However, the technique that Fang Zhuan was currently using caused him to lose a great deal of his essence blood, igniting his own life force. It was very likely that without the evil devils acting or the chaotic flows of space killing him, he would perish first. This child, you've always been like this since you were young. You look gentle and gentle on the outside, but you're the craziest and most intense on the inside. A worried look flashed across Yuan Zhongfeng's face. He laughed loudly and said, "All right, let's go together." The master and disciple shouted in unison, increasing their strength to the extreme, forcibly dragging the two nefarious devils. As their bodies fell into the black hole turbulence, the two demonic claws, one purple and one black, gradually began to be engulfed by the black hole. The east, rising lord, and the others roared together, the devils within the deep abyss howling madly. To be continued. Chapter 483. For a moment, demons danced wildly in the abyss. There was someone who attempted to sever the threads of blood entangling Fang Zhuan's devilish claws. However, just as he exerted force, he seemed like a mosquito stuck to a spider's silk, unable to move as he was drawn along by those threads of blood into the black hole, devoured by the chaotic flows of space. Having attempted to attack and disturb Yuan Zhongfeng and Fang Zhuan, they immediately followed in the footsteps of their companions, also being sucked into the black hole. The roars of the demons rang out one after another. The golden sun seemed to have stopped moving in the void. However, in that extreme darkness, the terrifying aura became denser and denser. In the darkness, a red light suddenly burst out and dyed the entire abyss red. It was just like the previous times when the devilish domain Great Formation was opened and the door of the 9 underworlds descended. At that time, the Great 9 Underworld's door had never been completely opened. However, at this moment, a true crevice to the 9 underworlds had appeared within the 8 extremities world. Two huge figures squeezed together, side by side, and peeked out from the terrifying door. A powerful aura swept through the abyss, almost causing everyone to suffocate and become paralyzed. Amidst the vicious cackling, the two devilish claws grew even more majestic, as if they were filled with boundless power. The blood threads that entangled it began to snap one by one. Yuan Zhongfeng also felt that his hands were about to lose the grip of those two demonic claws. The old man's expression was as resolute as ever, without the slightest change. He turned to look at his disciple with a gaze filled with pity. Fang Zhuan's expression was serene, his face pale without the slightest hint of blood on it, as he slowly closed his eyes, seeming to have fallen into a deep slumber. The two of them sank deep into the black hole formed by the space-time turbulence and were gradually devoured. Streams of black light and 9 underworld's baleful qi, as well as some fallen martial practitioners, were also sucked into the black hole. The two giant devil claws tried to pull out of the black hole, but at this moment, the golden sun that seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber suddenly shot out boundless light. Sunlight instantly filled the abyss and swept away the evil red, demonic light. The golden sun began to expand and engulf everything in its path. Outside the deep abyss, in the 8 extremities world, looking down from the sky above, one could see the numerous black patterns of light beginning to be extinguished as golden light lit up. The entire region, the vast territory, at this moment, had golden sunlight shooting up into the sky. In the bright sunlight, a large crimson seal that flashed with golden light was located in the center. It was breathtaking. Around the large seal, there were figures appearing. As Yin Zhaoge appeared, he gazed towards the other side of the great golden seal. Just now, the boundaries of the heavens and earth manifested with this great golden seal as its center had actually begun to grow blurry, a portion of the heavens and earth on the verge of collapsing as it connected with the 8 extremities world outside. At the same time, 10,000 rays of golden light gathered together to form a human figure. One could barely make out the silhouette of a young man. He stood there quietly and raised his fist. As he punched out with his fist, Yin Zhaoge felt as though all the light in the world was concentrated on this man's fist, the sun in the sky, its light illuminating all. Everything else was fabricated. Only this light was real. Everything else was insignificant. Only this sun was the sole ruler. Domineering and majestic, exquisite and vast, The powerful fist intent principle was exactly the same as that of the great scarlet gold seal that was like the sun star. It was the most authentic sun god's canon. This was not a real person. Instead, it was the owner of this great golden seal, the manifestation of the fist intent left behind by the person who had left behind the seal. Everything before Yin Zhaoge's eyes was bright gold. The golden sunlight was no longer so piercing as the scenes of the deep abyss in the earth domain outside reappeared. Chaotic flows of space formed, a massive black hole appearing before them. Half of the bodies of the 2-9 Underworld's true devils had already emerged from the Great 9 Underworld's door, a devilish claw, each reaching into the black hole as they were currently attempting to extricate themselves. The martial practitioners of the 8 Extremities world had already been decimated. Even those fallen practitioners and evil puppets were virtually all dead, with only the East Rising Lord and the Sunset Lord remaining. The group of devils looked dazedly at Yin Zhaoge and the great golden seal, unconsciously feeling threatened. Not seeing his seniors, Yin Zhaoge's heart was heavy. He sucked in a deep breath, forcibly stabilizing his mind before punching out with a fist as well. Radiance gradually flickered on Yin Zhaoge's fist. As the acupoints of his entire body pulsed, sunlight shot out. The numerous rays of sunlight transformed into numerous golden talismans, a powerful aura emanating from within. The golden talismans gradually formed a complete talisman within the air, enveloping Yin Zhaoge's entire body. In an instant, Yin Zhaoge also seemed to have transformed into a bright golden humanoid silhouette. The fist intent left behind by the original owner of the great golden seal mightily erupted. This fist intent was incomparably powerful as it instantly swept through the entire area. The fallen Sunset Lord did not even have the time to let out a tragic howl before he resembled darkness that had been dispelled by light, his body dissipating amidst the infinite radiance. Those 2-9 Underworld's true devils roared in unison, already having emerged from the Great 9 Underworld's door and appeared within the space-time of the 8 Extremities world, dense smoke rising from the surface of their bodies. Bolstered by the fist intent of the seal's original owner, the great golden seal shook, seeming to have regained its spirituality. The majestic power contained within the seal began to display its effects. As the seal descended, the space-time within the deep abyss shattered unceasingly. Immeasurable golden light mightily struck the opened Great 9 Underworld's door, which instantly distorted. The demonic red light gradually vanished, infinite golden light transforming into a massive sigil within the air, vast and boundless as it enveloped the heavens and the earth. As the golden sigil descended, the Great 9 Underworld's door was sealed once more. The 2 great true devils roared in unison. Half of their bodies in the 9 Underworlds and the other half in the 8 Extremities world, they were shockingly bisected at the waist by the distorted, shattered power of dimensions at this moment. A moment ago, they had still been domineering. Now, their bodies had been directly bisected into 2. While it had been powerful earlier, the great golden seal that had appeared calm and inactive, even a little stiff, now erupted with a ferocious might that surged to the heavens. The violent seal descended, shattering the bodies of those 2-9 Underworld's evil devils mightily. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that the entire 8 Extremities world seemed to be shaking as a result. How great had the power of this great golden seal originally been? It had still been fine when it had been in a silent and peaceful state earlier. Now that it had finally revealed its ferocious might, it instantly seemed about to surpass the tolerable limits of the 8 Extremities world. Within the deep abyss of the Earth domain, the baleful chi of the 9 Underworlds, as well as the streams of black devilish chi, were unceasingly dispersed at this moment. The East Rising Lord let out a tragic howl, having been gravely injured just by being affected by the golden light. While he did not die instantly like the Sunset Lord, streams of black chi surged from his body as it seemed about to break apart. his true body having been ripped apart, the upper half of his body completely shattered. With such heavy injuries, this clone was virtually on the verge of collapse as well. With the Great Nine Underworld's door already sealed, he dared not hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly rose upwards, only hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. The fist intent left behind by the original owner of the Great Golden Seal gradually dissipated after having erupted. That great seal regained its calm, as even its radiance was retracted, turning somewhat dim. While the East Rising Lord rejoiced, his entire body suddenly felt a chill. Beside the Great Golden Seal, the golden light on Yin Zhaoge's body faded as well, a purple bow appearing within his hands. A jet-black arrow was knocked on the bowstring, flickering with a faint golden light. Yin Zhaoge said indifferently, "Where are you running off to?" Chapter 484. Yin Zhaoge drew his bow to the fullest extent, his gaze fixed on the East Rising Lord who was attempting to flee. His fingers loosened and the bowstring trembled. The devil-shattering arrow left the bowstring, instantly piercing through the void and piercing through the chest of the East Rising Lord. The East Rising Lord wanted to dodge, but having been affected by the power of the Great Golden Seal earlier, he was unable to move due to his heavy injuries. The devil-shattering arrow shot straight through his back and out his chest, piercing right through him. The gaping hole in his chest began to expand unceasingly, causing the body of the East Rising Lord to seem like it was about to be devoured by the wound on his body. Nothing more than an avatar. He snorted coldly. His body stopped struggling, as if he didn't care too much. He only felt a bit regretful. However, the next moment, the East Rising Lord's face changed drastically. Devil-shattering arrow. There's someone in this world who knows how to craft the devil-shattering arrow. It wasn't just the East Rising Lord's body that was constantly breaking apart, passing through layers of time and space in a distant and unknown land. There seemed to be something else that was collapsing and being destroyed along with it. The door of the Nine Serenities, which was suppressed by the golden talisman, even shook a little. On the other side of the door, there seemed to be a violent impact. Anger, hatred, pain, and despair seemed to have traversed through time and space. After shooting the arrow, Yin Zhaoge kept Heaven Shocker, no longer looking at the East Rising Lord as he directly turned and shot towards the black hole on the other side. Behind him, the final howls of the East Rising Lord could be heard before everything instantly returned to silence. There were still scattered nine hells, baleful chi scattered in the surrounding abyss, but the rampaging demons from before had already dissipated. The golden light on the surface of the golden seal disappeared, and the powerful aura converged. It quietly floated in the void, like an ordinary red copper seal platform. Yin Zhaoge couldn't even be bothered to look at this seal as he lunged before the black hole. A huge suction force came from the black hole, wanting to suck Yin Zhaoge within as well. Yin Zhaoge took out the lofty prestige mirror, infusing his true essence within as a streak of mirror light shot out. The mirror light fell on the black hole, and for a moment, the black hole seemed to be still. After stabilizing himself, Yin Zhaoge hurriedly gazed within the black hole. The figures of Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan had fallen into a formless vortex, still sinking unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge's heart ached. Unlike those evil devils, the two had entered the black hole of their own accord, having already long since fallen to an irreversible state. The lofty prestige mirror's light locked onto the entrance of the black hole, but the two of them continued to sink. It looked like they were about to disappear into the boundless spatial turbulence. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at that seal. This seal was too powerful, making it difficult to activate. The fistful incarnation left behind by the original owner of the seal was specially used to reseal the door of the Nine Serenities. Now that it had been used up, it disappeared. The seal also fell silent again, and it was even more silent than before. Amidst the chaotic flows of space, streams of clear qi extended outwards from Yuan Zhengfeng's clear qi robe, entangling with the black hole. The old man's expression was tranquil as he smiled at Yin Zhaoge. Being able to feel that the devilish qi outside has been cleansed completely, I believe that it was not Baldy Shun who returned, but rather your handiwork, Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. Returning after leaving? What's going on with Shinli? Yuan Zhengfeng said. He ran away. If he hadn't run, we might not have needed to use this method of mutual destruction, still being able to persevere until you succeeded. However, with him running away, he indeed didn't have to bear any risk at all, even having no future threat from the 9 underworlds. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled self-mockingly. From the looks of it, Baldy Shun is indeed smarter than this old man. Yin Zhaoge's face sunk. Shinli, being a little stupid is being a little stupid. This old man does not regret it, Yuan Zhengfeng said. This old man entering the chaotic flows of space is not a situation where death is certain. I might still have a chance to return to the 8 extremities world in the future, or we might meet again in another world one day. He looked to the side. Fang Zhuan's eyes were closed, already unconscious as he seemed to be in a deep slumber. However, your second apprentice uncle can't hold on any longer, his essence blood collapsing. If he doesn't enter the chaotic flows of space, he might even perish. Looking at Fang Zhen, the scene of that youth entering Broad Creed Mountain and entering his tutelage many years ago surfaced within Yuan Zhengfeng's mind. The clear qi surged as the clear qi robe suddenly detached from Yuan Zhengfeng's body, enveloping Fang Zhuan's body. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was shocked. Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. While this old man can't get out, I can still send my disciple out at the end of the day. Amidst his laughter, Yuan Zhengfeng's left hand suddenly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. The mist of blood flew upwards, transforming into streaks of blood-red light, first severing the threads of blood on Fang Zhuan's body that were entangled with the black hole before transforming into a large hand, lifting the clear qi robe and Fang Zhuan upwards together. Accompanied by Fang Zhuan's ascent, Yuan Zhengfeng's body descended at an accelerated rate. Yin Zhaoge's heart tightened, but he didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, lest Yuan Zhengfeng's efforts go to waste as he hurriedly caught Fang Zhuan with all his might. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng again, his figure was already blurry amidst the chaotic flows of space, appearing incomparably far away. The old man smiled amiably, waving his remaining right hand. Take good care of yourselves, my children. Yin Zhaoge could only feel a surge of injustice surging within his chest as he suddenly let out a long howl. Above his head, a silhouette flickered. Within that silhouette, 9 spirit leaves flickered with radiance, profound runes inscribed on their surfaces, all of them different, yet all containing profound principles. Outside of the 9 spirit leaves, in the air, a 10th spirit leaf appeared, seemingly located in an immeasurable place. Hard to describe. Open. The 10 spirit leaves shook together. Streams of radiance lit up on Yin Zhaoge's body. Streams of ice blue refined qi one after another. Streams of golden sunlight one after another, all flooding onto the spirit leaves. As the spirit leaves swayed, bright light agglomerated on their surfaces, forming a ball of light which slowly rose into the air. The small ball of light hovered above the spirit leaves before its light abruptly illuminated the surrounding area, resembling flowers blooming together. The 9 spirit flowers were the first to bloom simultaneously. Illusory light enveloped Yin Zhaoge's entire body, forming a massive pillar of light which shot into the skies, piercing through the entire universe. Within this pillar of light, which seemed real whilst illusory, myriad scenes changed, the stars in the sky circulating as it seemed to be projecting the changes of prehistoric times. Within the deep abyss of the Earth domain, which had previously been gloomy, the singing of the great Tao of the heavens and the earth resounded unceasingly. This was the scene of a martial practitioner attaining the pinnacle of spirituality, advancing from the mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster realm to the late-essence spirit martial grandmaster realm. the blossoming of spirit flowers from the spirit leaves, resonating with the principles of the heavens and the earth. This step established a foundation for the martial practitioner to continue climbing towards greater heights, determining what heights they would be able to reach in the future. It was a once-in-a-lifetime achievement for every martial grandmaster. 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers was precisely the pinnacle scene within. Therefore, the singing of the great Tao of the heavens and the earth was exceptionally clear, vast, and distant, lasting for a long time. Meanwhile, in the air above Yin Zhaoga's head, that illusory 10th spirit leaf also blossomed with light at this moment. The light was not bright nor dazzling, instead being even more profound and indiscernible. The 10th spirit flower blossomed above Yin Zhaoga's head, enveloping him within the illusory pillar of light. All the colorful phenomena completely vanished, a chaotic scene appearing instead. It was as though the world's creation had instantly returned to before the primordial world had opened. With the essence blood of the ice dragon as a foundation, and having comprehended the changes in the light of the sun, having received the enlightenment of the true martial intent of that great golden seal, Yin Zhaoga had successfully stepped into the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence spirit stage. True martial soul, 10 leaves blossoming 10 flowers, perfect and flawless. Seeing this scene, after being stunned for a moment, Yuan Zhengfeng began laughing joyfully. Within the air, the old man laughed as he headed towards the infinite unknown. While his life and death were uncertain, his attitude was carefree. To be continued. Chapter 485. Yin Zhaoga lowered his head to look at Feng Zhun, whose skin was pale as paper, as though he was in deep slumber, before looking at the black hole once more. The lofty prestige mirror's light was gradually losing its grip on the black hole. Having lost the intentional effect of Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhun, the entrance to the black hole gradually began to close. The endless space-time turbulence presented a chaotic scene. Yuan Zhengfeng's figure gradually moved further and further away, disappearing within it. The old man wasn't tall, and was even a little thin. He had always been towering and majestic, and, at this moment, it was as if he was the center of the world. Standing within the air, Yin Zhaoga lifted Feng Zhun's body with his true essence, bowing solemnly towards the vanished Yuan Zhengfeng and the black hole. Maintaining his bowing posture for a long time, Yin Zhaoga said softly, "Grandmaster, please take care. We will definitely meet again." With a swipe of his palm, his true essence surged, enveloping the faint mist of blood remaining on Feng Zhun's body before collecting it. Yin Zhaoga sucked in a deep breath, looking at his second apprentice uncle once more. Probing with his true essence, Yin Zhaoga could feel that Feng Zhun's situation was indeed extremely terrible. Sacrificing his own essence blood and will to form a sword had caused Feng Zhun to suffer a great blow to his vitality, almost causing him to perish. Yuan Jingfeng's words were not wrong. Even if he was not devoured by the black hole, the current Feng Zhun could still perish at any time. The reason why Yuan Zhengfeng had gone all out in sending Feng Zhun out was actually because he had held on to the slightest hope that Yin Zhaoga and the others would be able to save Feng Zhun. They especially hoped that Yin Zhaoga, who was currently present, would be able to save them at the first possible moment. Yin Zhaoga did not disappoint Yuan Zhengfeng as he retrieved 6 long, thin golden needles from his shadow-shrinking pouch, wielding them like the wind as they quickly landed on 6 of Feng Zhun's major acupoints. Then, his true essence poured unceasingly into Feng Zhun's body. The true essence of Yin Zhaoga's entire body was currently extremely abundant, just that it had yet to be refined. At this moment, using it to stabilize Feng Zhun's condition was naturally not a problem. At the same time, another 9 golden needles landed on Yin Zhaoga's body. Yin Zhaoga once more applied the needles, leaving them on Feng Zhun's body, not removing them. Finally, Yin Zhaoga brought his palms together, the clear qi robe enveloping Feng Zhun's body once more. A golden thread extended from each of the 15 golden needles, connecting with the clear chi robe, guiding the streams of clear chi of the clear chi robe to augment Feng Zhuan's body. Yin Zhaoge observed carefully, only letting out a sigh of relief when he saw that some color had finally returned to his second apprentice uncle's pale face. For the time being, his condition has been stabilized and will not worsen. However, a long period of recuperation is still required before he can awaken. He cannot do without the protection of the clear chi robe, requiring this sacred artifact to constantly watch over second apprentice uncle. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, the spiritual light behind his head vanishing. He looked at the surroundings of the abyss. Although the black fog still lingered, it had already returned to its original state. Even though it was still a land of death, the 9 underworld's baleful chi and terrifying devilish chi had finally become much fainter. He lowered his head and looked down. After the huge golden talisman had sealed the door of the 9 underworlds once again, it had already gradually disappeared and was once again hidden in the black fog. The blood-soaked battle between him and his grandmaster and the others had not been in vain. Barring any major accidents, this seal would last for a very long time. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly, swiveling his head to look at that great golden seal amidst space. Not to mention the fact that the seal had been used to seal the 9 Serenities Gate for so many years without being broken. The original owner of the seal had left behind a fist avatar that had actually resealed the 9 Serenities Gate in this place. While it was far from being able to stand against the entire 9 underworlds and the numerous evil devils within, the door of the 9 underworlds here was an actual dimensional passageway. A fist-intent incarnation that had remained for so many years had directly sealed the dimensional passageway between the 2 worlds. What level had the cultivation base of the original owner of the Great Golden Seal been at? Logically speaking, such power should not have been tolerated by the 8 Extremities world. While those 2 9 underworlds true devils had gradually broken the seal earlier, rushing into the 8 Extremities world, after seeing them, Yin Zhaoge had been able to feel that even if they had come to the 8 Extremities world in their complete form, their strength would actually still not be complete. While they would still be extremely powerful, they would be suppressed to a state equivalent to the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. Yin Zhaoge felt that the true strength of those 2 martial saints had been even greater than this. Connecting this with the message left behind by his mother, Xue Chuqing, Yin Zhaoge speculated that if one's cultivation base surpassed the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, they would likely not be able to remain in the 8 Extremities world any longer. In the 8 Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, no expert of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm had been confirmed to have appeared. The exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga, with the greatest combat strength, had perished at the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm. The Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao, with the highest cultivation base, had been at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm when he had gone missing. However, according to the speculations of the other experts, the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo included, when he had last appeared in front of the world, Zhang Chao should still not have reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. In other words, it was still not time for him to attempt a breakthrough into the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. Still, this was just the guess of others. The exact situation of the Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao had always been a mystery. While there were mortals who had said that the Sacred Sun Saint Zhang Chao had ascended, the Sacred Sun clan had always kept this a secret, not giving a clear explanation. Therefore, the question of whether the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm could remain in the 8 Extremities world could not be verified now. However, after having seen the situation of those 2 true devils today, Yin Zhaoge felt that this guess was true. A fist intent that has been left behind for so many years is already able to seal the Great 9 Underworld's door that has truly been opened. Such power is not simple at all. How was he able to remain in the 8 Extremities world back then? Yin Zhaoge gazed at that great golden seal. This thing of yours is not simple either. The eruption of the Great Golden Seal earlier had shaken the entire 8 Extremities world, as if it could not be tolerated by the heavens and the earth. Yin Zhaoge would not overlook this. and the power of that eruption had still been far from the limits of this treasure. It had been able to remain in the eight extremities world precisely because it was in a slumbering state, its power never fully unleashed. Yin Zhaoge had still seen such an existence in the current eight extremities world, just that there had only been one of them, the extreme Yin crown. While this sacred artifact looked mighty as it possessed great power when wielded by a maiden of extreme Yin of the martial scholar realm, the extreme Yin crown was actually in a slumbering state as well. Stimulated by Meng Wan and the others, it was like opening its eyes slightly in its sleep, as it could not even be considered a lazy stretch. After all, Meng Wan and the others' cultivation levels were still low. Extreme Yin crown. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Extreme Yang seal. Just now, as Yin Zhaoge had circulated his profound art, executing the extreme Yang scripture that he was still not proficient in and communicating with that fist intent incarnation, in that instant when the great golden seal had been unleashed, a bizarre scene had suddenly appeared within his mind. Colorful illusions of light and shadow finally condensed into a consciousness. Sacred artifact, extreme Yang seal. What Yin Zhaoge took note of was that amongst those numerous scenes of light, a female figure actually appeared within one of them. His entire body was shrouded in clear light, and he wore the supreme Yin crown on his head. When Yin Zhaoge had been refining the pillar of the Divine Palace, he had viewed the past memories of the pillar of the Divine Palace. The woman he had seen appeared here once more. To be continued. Emotion. Small. Talk. Net. Chapter 486. Within the image, that woman suddenly appeared before the extreme Yang seal. She seemed completely unafraid of the radiance and heat of the sun as she walked neither hurriedly nor slowly on the surface of the sun. The extreme Yin crown on her head emitted streams of clear radiance, the moonlight resembling water. As it came into contact with the radiance of the extreme Yin crown, the extreme Yang seal seemed to be affected slightly. That woman's gaze was condensed to the point of being tangible as two streaks of light shot out from her eyes, landing on the extreme Yang seal. The extreme Yang seal suddenly shook. Then, all-encompassing radiance condensed as the true martial intent of the extreme Yang seal's original owner that was concealed within the sacred artifact appeared. Looking at the figure condensed of sunlight, the woman was silent for a long time. While her face was enveloped by moonlight and her features could not be clearly seen, Yin Zhaoge could still vaguely feel her disappointment. Fist intent, incarnation. No wonder you left the extreme Yang seal here. So it was to substitute it. The woman sighed lightly. You really managed to fool many people. I wonder where you are now. Looking at the extreme Yang seal, she shook her head. Forget it. Since you have made such arrangements, I will not spoil your plans. The extreme Yang seal shall remain here, awaiting its fated person. The woman turned and left, her voice lingering in the air. I will leave the extreme Yin crown in this world as well. Yin Zhaoge regained his wits from his contemplation, thinking of that woman's words from earlier. There were experts who survived the great calamity. Yin Zhaoge exhaled. That woman was indeed no ordinary person. It is just that I had not thought that she would have actually come to the Earth domain before, even being an old acquaintance of the original owner of this extreme Yang seal. Birds of a feather flock together. Her cultivation base should not be low either. Even if it is, it should not be much lower than the original owner of this extreme Yang seal. She can also remain in the eight extremities world. Is it that my deduction of fourth-level martial saints being unable to exist in this world is wrong? Or is there some other reason? Or perhaps, having surpassed a certain cultivation base, one is instead no longer restricted, being able to freely enter and exit worlds like the eight extremities world? Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before he retracted his thoughts, gazing at the extreme Yang seal once more. Whether it was the extreme Yang seal or the extreme Yin crown, they were both stronger than sacred artifacts like the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, the great sun heaven-measuring ruler, the clear chi robe, and the heaven-cleaving axe. It was just that it was very difficult for the current people to activate the complete power within it. They could only activate a very small part of it. Yin Zhaoge enveloped Fang Zhuan with a clear qi robe, then approached that great golden seal. The fist intent of the extreme yang seal's original owner had now completely transformed into a seal, sealing the passageway between the 9 underworlds and the 8 extremities world. The extreme yang seal could leave as well, no longer having to remain here. Substituting for the peach corpse, left for the fated one. Yin Zhaoge ruminated on the meaning of those words. With that fist intent incarnation having vanished, the substitution of the peach corpse, the operation of deceiving others has come to an end. The great 9 underworld's door has also been sealed. Therefore, the extreme yang seal can also be taken away. At this moment, the extreme yang seal resembled a very ordinary seal platform. It was completely crimson, resembling both copper and jade. Yin Zhaoge extended his palm, sunlight being emitted as he grasped the extreme yang seal. The extreme yang seal shook slightly, golden light flashing as it instantly regained its tranquility. When a maiden of extreme Yin reaches the martial scholar realm, she will be able to wield the extreme Yin crown. This extreme yang seal, however, seems to require me to have a higher cultivation base. After frowning, Yin Zhaoge relaxed. The extreme Yin crown can only be wielded by women of the extreme Yin physique. This extreme yang seal doesn't have any special requirements, just requiring one to cultivate in the extreme yang scripture. Thinking of the extreme yang scripture, Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips a little. While he had more or less completed the extreme yang scripture through his comprehension of the concept of the extreme yang seal, however, the extreme yang divine canon obtained through this method only contained the true meaning of power. While it was extremely pure, it was also extremely primitive, fitting in with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He still needed some time if he wanted to make it his own and understand all the profound essence within. Like cracking a code, he was able to decipher the mysteries of the sun god's canon. Holding the extreme yang seal, Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, attempting to place it within his shadow, shrinking pouch. Placing it down, the extreme yang seal actually showed no reaction at all as it just landed stably within the shadow, shrinking pouch, like an ordinary copper seal. The divine artifact concealed itself, falling into a state of slumber, its power completely retracted within, not leaking outwards in the slightest. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. Even the spirituality of the dragon corpse that had already died earlier had not been stable. Without the suppression of the pillar of the divine palace, it would have been hard to keep within the shadow, shrinking pouch. A sacred artifact like the clear qi robe was also unable to be kept within the shadow, shrinking pouch. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge now had to bring Fang Zhuan and the clear qi robe with him all the way out. Rising up, leaving the deep abyss, Yin Zhaoge lowered his head and looked down. The earth domain was still hell, enshrouded by chaotic streams of baleful qi as humans and beasts were hard-pressed to approach. However, it was already no longer as devilish qi that surged to the heavens as it resembled the descent of the end of the world. The threat of the 9 underworlds had been temporarily resolved. In this human realm, there is no longer any need to worry about the 9 underworlds' evil devils flooding in and plunging life forms into misery and suffering, no longer having to worry about hell continuing to expand, turning the entire world into a land of death. However, all of this had been established on the foundation of the 8 extremities world's martial practitioners paying an immense price. His Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, and his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan had been heavily injured and on the verge of death, falling into a deep slumber. Broad Creed Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Sacred Sun Clan, the numerous experts of the 4 great sacred ground were buried here forever. Among the people who had entered the Earth domain to prevent the seal from breaking and the 9 underworlds from descending, other than Huang Guanglia, and in Qin Lin who had left to reinforce the Eastern Sea, and Shun Li who had fled midway, only he and his second martial uncle had returned alive. Because it was too dangerous, the experts of the 4 great sacred grounds who had entered the Earth domain other than Yin Zhaoge were all Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters. Experts of this level were all peak figures of the 8 extremities world. But now, he was in eternal slumber in the Earth domain, and even his corpse was hard to find. Yin Zhaoge's heart was heavy. Having experienced the previous great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, having experienced the great battle against the Flame Devils on the East Sea, his Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had already suffered a great blow to their vitality. Having entered the Earth domain this time, their longtime elders had been completely annihilated, causing all of Broad Creed Mountain to be greatly pained. Currently, other than the various first seed elders of Broad Creed Mountain, the other longtime elders of the clan were virtually all dead. Such a great loss was something that Broad Creed Mountain would not be able to make up for within a period of time. The other 3 clans, other than Turbid Wave Pavilion, were all in roughly the same situation. Yin Zhaoge left the deep abyss, arriving at the borders of the Earth domain. There, Ahu and some people of the clan were currently anxiously awaiting news. Seeing that the abnormalities in the Earth domain had vanished, they had been rejoicing. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and hearing the general situation of the matter, their moods had all sunk. That old baldy Shunli. Hearing that Shunli had fled midway, Ahu let loose a torrent of abuse. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was cold. There will be a time to settle the score with him. He looked at Ahu. How is the East Sea? Awakening, Ahu hurriedly said, Young master, family head has left seclusion, having transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's spirits rose greatly. Amidst the good news, Ahu hurriedly told Yin Zhaoge of what he currently knew. Family Head and the others are currently locked in a stalemate with the Flame Devils near the entrance of the dimensional passageway. Locked in a stalemate? Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, I will go to the East Sea. You guys escort second apprentice uncle back to the mountain. After giving some instructions, Yin Zhaoge immediately left for the East Sea. To be continued. Chapter 487. The East Sea was still filled with smoke. At the entrance of the dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Devil Great World, the experts of the human race and the experts of the Flame Devil Great World were engaged in a heated battle. With the Great Flame Devil King at their head, the numerous Flame Devil experts gathered, guarding the entrance of the dimensional passageway to the death. In the vicinity of the entrance of the passageway, the heavens and the earth were all enveloped beneath white light. Yin Di, Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia, and Song Wuliang, the 4 great experts of the human race, wielded the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation together, their attacks pressuring towards the Flame Devils with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, wanting to repel them along with the corrosive power of the Flame Devil world. Wielding the extreme Yin Crown, Mengwan and Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin also relied on the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to assist them in attacking the Flame Devils together. Other areas of the Outer East Sea were also engaged in fierce battles. The other human martial practitioners on Verdant Pill Island, the descendants of the Arch Saints lineage included, slaughtered those Flame Devils who had not been able to follow the Flame Devil Kings back to the dimensional passageway entrance in time. Amongst these Flame Devils who had invaded the 8 extremities world, there were many experts like the great Flame Devils whose ferocity was stimulated as they engaged in a bloody battle with the human martial practitioners on the spot. A bright sword light flashed across the sky, slaying a Flame Devil. The sword light disappeared, and a woman appeared. She had a beautiful face and a sharp temperament. Lowering her head, she saw 2 figures on the surface of the sea killing some lower-level Flame Devils as well. Seeing this, the woman nodded slightly. Yunsheng Luhua. The 2 figures on the surface of the sea were precisely Broad Creed Mountain's 2 maidens of extreme Yin, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua. They simultaneously bowed towards the woman in the air. Master. Fu Inshu descended. Looking at Yin Luhua, Luhua, are you sure that the person you met was the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Jie? Yin Luhua answered, This disciple has only seen images of him before. Seeing him from afar this time, after feeling that he seemed to be the world-illuminating young master, this disciple hurriedly avoided him. Still, I should not be mistaken. She was a little perturbed. Master, we are very far away from each other, and he didn't look at me. It should be okay, right? Hearing her words, Fu Inshu pondered for a moment before saying to Yin Luhua, normally speaking, you, Luhua, should not have been exposed to the eyes of the other sacred grounds, as you should not have been recognized. But it's better to be careful. Don't act alone from now on. Yin Luhua hurriedly replied, yes, master. Fu Inshu nodded, considering whether she should first send Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua back to the clan. Just as he was pondering, waves of fire surged before him, and yet another flame demon attacked him. Fu Inshu could only suppress her thoughts and deal with the enemy in front of her. The experts of the flame devils had been intercepted by her. Some of the flame devils with lower cultivation bases, equivalent to human martial scholars, had slipped through the net as Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua went up to receive them. Fu Inshu took a closer look and could not help but frown. After dealing with the flame devil in front of her, Fu Inshu said, Luhua, you still have to put in more effort in your usual cultivation. Yin Luhua muttered, yes, master. When Feng Yunsheng saw this, she sighed and sent a voice transmission to Fu Inshu. Master, give junior sister Yin some more time. Fu Inshu glanced at her. The homework that has been given to her is already much lower than your standards, yet she is still slacking off. I can finally tell that this child is like a spinning top, only willing to move after being whipped. If I give her too much homework, she will only be able to complete 70 or 80% of it with all her might. If I give her less homework, she instead slacks off, still only completing 80% of it. If I keep a closer eye on her, she will still work a little harder. However, after just 2 days, she will revert to her old ways. Does she think that I can't tell? As Fu Inshu spoke, she felt a little angry. Returning to the clan this time, we will have to raise her homework. That way, she will be able to put in more effort. Feng Yunsheng hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, as soon as junior apprentice sister Yin entered the clan, she was raised as a maiden of extreme Yin, with the requirement that she improve by leaps and bounds within a short period of time, catching up to me and Meng Wan. However, none of you have asked her what her own expectations and goals are. Feng Yunsheng's cultivation base and strength far surpassed Yin Luhua's, while Yin Luhua had currently not displayed any potential to threaten Feng Yunsheng at all. Therefore, Feng Yunsheng's words did not cause Fu Inshu to think otherwise. Fu Inshu furrowed her brows. Her problem lies in her love of ease and abhorrence of work. She usually does not put her heart and soul into her training. Even if she is not a maiden of extreme Yin, as a martial artist, she is still unqualified. Feng Yunsheng sighed. Fu Inshu snorted. Luhua is a solitary practitioner. Solitary practitioners have few resources and are in great danger. They have to rely on themselves to fight for opportunities. Generally speaking, their sense of danger and desire to improve themselves are even stronger than disciples from large sects. As she spoke, Yin Zhaoga's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Maybe junior apprentice sister Yin just wants to live a little easier. Fu Inshu knit her brows, pondering as she swiveled her head to look at Yin Luhua by the side. As the two had been conversing via sound transmission earlier, Yin Luhua, who had not heard the contents of their conversation, could not help but be at a loss as she met Fu Inshu's gaze now. Master? Fu Inshu was silent for a long time before she finally sighed softly, her gaze that was on Yin Luhua gradually turning gentle. Seeing her master's benevolent expression, Yin Luhua relaxed greatly. She was vaguely worried that Fu Inshu might be completely disappointed in her. Of the disciples of the same generation in the clan, she was one of the few who received the best treatment, even far surpassing that of the other core, direct disciples like Su Fei and Luwen. Who else would receive the same treatment as her? Yin Zhaoga, publicly acknowledged as the number one of the 8 extremities world's younger generation. Accurately speaking, Yin Zhaoga was already no longer receiving the clan's resources. Instead, he himself had become one of the people distributing the resources, no longer being the same as Yin Lu Hua and the others. Feng Yinsheng, the reason did not need to be stated. Ing Long too, breaking Yindi's record as the youngest martial scholar of the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times. Currently 15 years old, he was already at the late outer aura stage, virtually destined to break Yindi's record as the youngest martial grandmaster as well. Other than that, there was nothing else. Xikong Qing, who was under the same master as Yin Lu Hua, her martial potential and diligence far surpassed Yin Liu Hua's. However, in terms of resources and treatment, she was also inferior to Yin Lu Hua. Yin Lu Hua was well aware that this had never been because of her outstanding performance or any great contributions to the clan. It was only because she possessed a unique extreme Yin physique. It was because of this that she had been able to enjoy the best resources and treatment whilst living more and more comfortably till now. If the clan no longer continued to groom her as a maiden of extreme Yin, first not mentioning whether or not she would be able to maintain her status as a core, direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, her resources in various areas would definitely plummet. Yin Lu Hua had still had some thoughts of chasing after Feng Yunsheng and vying for the extreme Yin crown when she had just entered the clan. However, such thoughts had long since faded away. To her, that was no longer a goal. Instead, it was a tool that allowed her to obtain the excellent living environment and treatment she currently enjoyed. While having a strict master who was constantly nagging and nitpicking at her was not a good thing. However, due to the many conveniences brought about by the extreme Yin bout and her extreme Yin physique, she was incomparably satisfied as she found it hard to part with them. In terms of martial talent, she could still be considered outstanding. However, with her lazy personality, it was inevitable that she would be a little wasted. While she was not outstanding amongst the core, direct disciples like this, she was also not at the bottom. A large part of this was because of the abundant resources of the clan. Just thinking about how her future days would be after leaving all of this, Yin Lu Hua felt flustered. Now, seeing Fu Inshu's gentle expression, Yin Lu Hua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This time, I should have passed. Chapter 488. Yin Lu Hua was currently feeling rather relaxed when Fu Inshu sighed. Teaching in accordance with one's aptitude is easier said than done. Even if your master and the clan give you time, the other maidens of extreme Yin of other clans will not. This burden may indeed be too heavy for the current you. Speaking of which, core, direct disciples also have a portion of the right to choose their masters. However, because of your uniqueness, I have directly arranged for you to come under my tutelage. I am too impatient. Perhaps it would instead be more beneficial for your growth if you were to come under someone else's tutelage. Bearing the heavy burden of competing for the extreme Yin crown and taking me as your master are all things that we have placed on you. We only hope that your talent will not be wasted. Yet we have neglected some other issues, neglecting your feelings. Fu Inshu spoke emotionally, her tone gentle. Hearing her words, however, Yin Lu Hua felt her heart palpitate. She hurriedly said, "Master, this disciple is slow and has disappointed you. This disciple will definitely cultivate diligently." Her cultivation base being much higher than Yin Liu Hua's, Fu Inshu could see Yin Liu Hua's body's condition as clearly as the back of her hand. Fairly speaking, while she had been rather lazy when she had just entered the clan, she had actually been rather steady. However, as time passed, she had become increasingly lazy. Still, Fu Inshu's mood was much calmer now as she just said, "You should really put your heart into it. If you are too lazy, not only will it affect your cultivation as a maiden of extreme Yin, it will also be very difficult for you to reach the peak in your future path as a martial practitioner. It is not just for maidens of extreme Yin. Laziness is a great taboo for every martial practitioner." Looking at Yin Lu Hua, Fu Inshu sighed. "Lu Hua, you are not a mediocre person. Your talent is really not bad. If you call yourself slow-witted, most people beneath the heavens would be fools. However, even Han Long, Er's talent would not be able to withstand endless squandering." Looking at Yin Lu Hua, she said, "Having been under master's tutelage for some time, You should know that I am a straightforward person. What I said just now was all based on my feelings. I might indeed have been inappropriate in teaching you. You are slow and lazy, clashing with the pressing situation of the extreme bout. This conflict is very hard to resolve. Greatly shocked, Lu Hua composed herself before hurriedly saying, "Please don't say that, master. This disciple was too lazy earlier. This disciple will definitely correct herself." Her tone was sincere. "Ever since I entered the sect, Master has treated me well, and I will always remember it in my heart. Being able to become your disciple is the greatest blessing and fortune of my life. When I cultivate, I often remind myself that I have to cultivate seriously. However, once my body gets tired, my willpower becomes unstable, and I am unable to persevere. Master, please give Luhua a few more chances. Luhua will definitely train well." Fu Inshu frowned slightly. "Luhua, do not let your imagination run wild. Even though I have been strict with you, but what I said just now all came from the bottom of my heart. I'm not being sarcastic and forcing you to take a stand. There is no disciple of mine, Fu Inshu, who is useless. I am eager to be strong and impatient. These are all true, but since haste makes no good steel, I also have enough patience and time to slowly polish you into something useful." Lu Hua directly knelt down towards Fu Inshu. How can this disciple not feel Master's utter sincerity? This disciple is also sincerely repentant. Please, Master, give this disciple a chance. Fu Inshu sighed. The cultivation of you maidens of extreme is not even sufficient to describe how intense it is. There really isn't much time left for us. These past years, as the cultivation bases of Meng Wan, Fan Xiao, and the others rose higher and higher, the power that the extreme crown can wield has always been gradually increasing. Currently, all the maidens of extreme are still at the martial scholar realm. However, if someone attains the martial grandmaster realm, the power unleashed by the extreme crown will be completely different. Lu Hua said softly, "Master, didn't you say earlier that after Chief transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he surpassed many seniors, already being the #1 person in this world? There is also Grandmaster. Our clan's current strength is already fully deserving of being the #1 of the 8 extremity sects. Since that is so, what is the point of competing in the extreme bout? Our clan can directly wrest the extreme crown from the hands of the Sacred Sun clan." Fu Inshu said, "That is indeed the truth. However, in planning for the future, we cannot just look at the advantageous side. First, not speaking of how forcefully occupying the extreme crown would easily incur the wrath of all the sacred grounds. Junior apprentice brother Yin having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, while his strength far surpasses those of the same generation, already stably surpassing the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia. The Sacred Sun clan might not just have Huang Guanglia. The Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao. Let alone you, even I, your master, am already rather unfamiliar with this name. However, no one knows exactly what situation this person is currently in or where he is. These past years, even when the Sacred Sun clan has suffered some losses, he has not appeared. However, it might not really be that he is no longer in the 8 extremities world. While her personality was unyielding, Fu Inshu was not a reckless person. Purple Sun Zhang was an expert of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm that year. So many years have passed, his current strength is hard to predict. Perhaps the possibility of him still being in this world is very small. However, when it truly comes to a life and death battle with the Sacred Sun clan, our clan has no choice but to guard against this." Fu Inshu's gaze swept across Feng Yunsheng and Lu Hua. At such a time, if a maiden of extreme steps into the martial grandmaster realm and wields the extreme crown, it is very likely that the overall situation will be decided. Lu Hua lowered her head. She was still very far away from the martial grandmaster realm. Looking at Lu Hua, Fu Inshu said in a gentle tone, "Lu Hua, you started off late. However, this does not mean that the contest for the extreme Een crown is unrelated to you. Your senior apprentice sister Feng and the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan were both injured before the extreme Een bout that year, affecting their competition. And when wielding the extreme Een crown in battle, the Maiden of Extreme Een similarly has the possibility of being injured. If our clan really obtains the extreme Een crown and Yunsheng is injured in battle, we will need you to wield the extreme Een crown then. This was precisely the reason why, whether it was the Sacred Sun clan or Broadcreed Mountain or the other clans, all of them strove to groom more than one Maiden of Extreme Een as much as possible, sparing no resources. The so-called double insurance wasn't just limited to the extreme Een bout. Fu Inshu said earnestly, with a clan having two Maidens of Extreme Een, while there would naturally be internal competition, with the most outstanding one being able to win back the extreme Een crown for the clan, your true opponents would forever be the Maidens of Extreme Een of the other sacred grounds. Een Luhua said in a low voice, this disciple will definitely do her best, going all out to overcome her own inadequacies. Looking at Een Luhua, Fu Inshu sighed softly, nodding, Luhua, the strong are aided by the heavens. If you work hard, in the long run, the one who ultimately benefits will still be you. Een Luhua hurriedly bowed, yes, master. This disciple understands. She lowered her head and heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally passed a day, but what about the future? As she thought of this, a myriad of emotions surged in her heart. I started late in the first place, and senior apprentice brother Yin is biased towards senior apprentice sister Feng, intentionally keeping the secret arts to himself and not imparting them to me. This way, senior apprentice sister Feng can complete those assignments, but I can't, and it will always seem like I'm not doing my best. No matter how hard I try, it will be useless. Master will never be satisfied, losing patience with me one day. As she thought about this, Een Luhua could only feel incomparably vexed. What exactly should I do? Chapter 489. While Een Luhua was troubled, she did not dare to show it on her face. Looking at Feng Yunsheng and Een Luhua, Fu Inshu pondered whether she should first send them back to the clan. But at this moment, intense energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from the sea where the dimensional passageway leading to the flame demon great world was located. Fu Inshu's gaze froze. She saw waves of fire rolling over from the horizon, instantly engulfing the world. She hurriedly protected her two disciples. Wherever the waves of fire swept through, the fire pith vein in the depths of the sea seemed to vibrate along with it. Streams of fire gushed out and exploded through the deep sea, turning into thick pillars of fire that shot towards the sky. Fu Inshu was shocked at first, but after carefully sensing it, she calmed down. The earth vein had only been shaken by the fire chi of the flame devils, and it had not changed on its own during the great battle of the East Sea. However, this chaos was similarly violent and long-lasting, and it nearly affected the entire outer East Sea. And the surging waves of fire that had caused this chaos were similarly ferocious, causing Fu Inshu to be alarmed upon seeing it. Is the flame demons fighting like cornered beasts, fighting with their lives on the line? Thinking thus, Fu Inshu hurriedly brought Feng Yunsheng and Een Luhua along as they traversed the sea of flames, avoiding the fierce flames. Now that the ground was full of fire, they could only pick the places where the fire was weaker, but for the time being, they could not send the two disciples out of the East Sea. Due to the change in the terrain, the rampaging of the flame devils in the East Sea, especially in the outer East Sea, had reignited a little. In such an environment, the flame demon's combat strength increased, and the injured flame demon's injuries were even gradually recovering. They seized the opportunity to launch a wave of counterattacks. Fortunately, most of the human martial practitioners did not panic in the face of danger. Although they were attacked by the blazing flames, they still stabilized their footing, beating back the momentum of the flame devil's counterattack. Fu Inshu was also patiently traversing through the sea of fire, ensuring the safety of the master and disciples, and at the same time defending against the attacks of the flame demons. The chaos this time was different from when the flame devils had invaded and boiled the East Sea and caused the earth veins to change. If the problem with the earth veins wasn't resolved, the anomaly at that time would continue. This time, as long as they could hold on for a period of time, the chaos would gradually subside. Fu Inshu gazed towards the region of sea where the entrance of the dimensional passageway was located. She was currently more concerned about the battle situation there. After all, it was there that would determine the direction of the battle over at the East Sea, as well as the future fate of the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, it was a tragic scene. Boundless white light shone intensely, covering the sky. Below them was a crimson world that was constantly trembling under the pressure of the white light. The surging waves of fire were forced to scatter in all directions. At the center of the world, formed by raging flames, was the entrance to the Flame Devil Great World. At this moment, the entrance was constantly spewing lava and raging flames. The lower half of the Great Flame Devil King's body had completely merged within the sea of flames, with only the upper half of its body exposed outside. Terrifying devilish fire flickered unceasingly on its massive bull head and two tiger claws. The other Flame Devil Kings mostly surrounded this Great Flame Devil King as well, similarly having the lower half of their bodies merged into the sea of flames. The group of flame devils continuously let out wild roars. Amidst their roars, the flames that filled the sky condensed into scarlet runes one after another. Countless scarlet runes formed a screen of light that covered the sky and blocked the white light from above. Within the white light, the human experts with Yin Di at their head similarly mustered their remaining courage, continuing to attack the flame devils down below. Under the operation of the Tai Imperial Breaking Array, the flames were fixed in place by the white light and dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, the attacks of the human experts descended like a torrential rain, mightily striking that crimson screen of light, causing it to shudder like ripples on water. The crimson screen of light shattered one after another, numerous runes replenishing it as it recovered. The two sides did not give in to each other, fighting for every inch of territory in the surrounding heavens and earth, even as the other human martial practitioners dealt with the flame devils before them. Most of them were also paying attention to the battle situation here. More than 10 great golden suns rose into the sky, their dazzling sunlight illuminating the nearby crimson sea of flames into pure gold. The group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners moved together, slaying a few great flame devils that were attempting to head towards the dimensional passageway entrance. The one at their head was shockingly the current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su. With the simultaneous changes occurring in the East Sea and the Earth domain, the simultaneous assault of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds, the Eight Extremities world facing an unprecedented crisis, the peak experts of the various sacred grounds were mostly unable to sit still as they respectively hurried to the East Sea and the Earth domain to participate in the battle. After slaying the great flame devils before him, Huang Su gazed towards that world of white light that enveloped the sky. What exactly is the situation over at the Earth domain now? Huang Su asked as he gazed into the distance, not shifting for even a moment. A longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan beside him answered in a heavy tone. The specific situation is unknown. Up till now, none of the elders of my Sacred Sun clan who entered the deep abyss of the Earth domain have returned. The situation of Broadcreed Mountain and the other sects is unclear as well. However, observing from the outskirts of the Earth domain, the abnormalities in the Earth domain earlier seemed to have already calmed, the baleful chi gradually weakening, returning to its previous normal level. The various demonic beasts that fled from the Earth domain also seemed to be showing signs of returning. We are already preparing to send people into the depths of the Earth domain to observe the specific situation there. Listening silently, Huang Su pondered for a moment before saying, "From the looks of it, no matter what, there is temporarily no need to worry about the Earth domain." He gazed at the entrance of the dimensional passageway. The crux now lies here. Huang Su swiveled his head to look behind him, Make another divine lamp. While your grandfather already has one, this will be the decisive battle now. Behind him stood a youth who seemed ordinary and unremarkable, his existence easily overlooked, resembling a shadow beneath the sunlight. It was precisely Huang Su's son, the world-illuminating young master, Huang Jie. Huang Jie nodded calmly. My intentions exactly. A streak of light extended from the fingers of his right hand, resembling a sharp blade as he lightly sliced the vein on his left wrist. Fresh blood spurted out, the streak of light on Huang Jie's fingertip abruptly growing thicker, transforming into a pillar of light that enveloped his entire body. Within the pillar of light, the crimson fresh blood turned a pure golden luster, before actually gradually condensing into a golden lamp. Huang Jie's skin turned pale, the light in his eyes dimming as his entire person appeared extremely dispirited. However, his expression was calm as he sighed lightly with his finger, the golden lamp drifting through the air towards his father, Huang Su. Huang Su's expression was solemn as he kept the golden lamp carefully. Huang Jie said mildly, with the current chaotic situation, there are many things that can be done. Let's not waste this chance. Still, we cannot blindly be greedy, Huang Su said. The other matters will be left to you. I believe that you will be able to grasp them well. Huang Jie nodded slightly, bowing towards the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan beside him. I will be troubling you. Those experts nodded towards Huang Su, before bringing Huang Jie along as they left. Huang Su and the others stared at the distant world of white light. There, the experts of the human race and the experts of the Flame Devil race were engaged in a great battle, growing more and more tragic as time passed. Yin Zhaoge, on the other hand, had traversed numerous layers of flames with great difficulty, finally arriving here. Father should have brought the thing over. Gazing in the direction of the dimensional passageway, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. To be continued. Chapter 490. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge pondered as he approached the dimensional passageway. Many of the Saint Plane powerhouses pushed their power to the extreme, setting off an incomparable battle. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make the great Grandmaster powerhouses unable to withstand it, and they didn't dare to approach. Now that Yin Zhaoge had suddenly appeared and approached the center of the battlefield, the surrounding human experts could not help but stare at him. Yin Zhaoge also felt that with his current cultivation base, it would be hard for him to withstand the surging waves of fire. Almost in an instant, his body seemed to be on the verge of burning and being annihilated. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as his hands simultaneously moved forward, drawing numerous strange patterns in the air. The pattern flashed with white light, transforming into a white line that streaked across the horizon, falling into the world of white light formed by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. A white pillar of light instantly descended from the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, enveloping Yin Zhaoge before guiding him into the formation. Only now did the numerous experts of the Outer EC recall that Yin Di had once said that this powerful battle formation, which had shocked the entire Eight Extremities world, had been unearthed by Yin Zhaoge. Entering the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yin Zhaoge saw his father, Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia, and Song Wuliang stably guarding the core of the formation, controlling the Grand Formation. Within the formation were also Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion, Lord and Qing Lin, as well as Meng Wan, who wore the Extreme Yin Crown. Infinite Boundless Mountain's Chief Chu Yan was heavily injured and on the verge of death, his sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, also having been heavily damaged. Chu Yin had already been escorted back to the mountain domain by Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners earlier, while the Heaven-Cleaving Axe had been left behind, wielded by an Infinite Boundless Mountain expert. It had not entered the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. This rather heavily damaged sacred artifact was currently left outside the formation, guarding the core and assisting the other human martial practitioners in exterminating the flame devils that had invaded from the EC. Seeing the Extreme Yin Crown, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, but his heart jolted slightly. He could sense that the extreme yang seal that had remained in a slumbering state ever since he had obtained it, and remained completely unmoving, actually trembled slightly at this moment. From this sacred weapon, there was a clear, human-like emotion, as if an old friend had reunited. Wielding the extreme yin crown, the gaze of Meng Wan similarly flickered as she seemed to feel an unusual disturbance emanating from the extreme yin crown. Still, such a tremor only lasted for an instant, as the extreme yang seal quickly fell silent once more, so calm that it seemed like everything that had just happened had been an illusion. Yin Zhaoge reined in his thoughts, first focusing on what lay before him. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di ignored the joy of meeting father and son as he asked, "Zhaoge, how is the situation over at the Earth Domain?" The Earth Domain is no longer in danger. The abnormalities have subsided, and the invasion of the 9 underworlds has been suppressed and sealed once again. There will be no worries for a short period of time, Yin Zhaoge quickly said. It is just that the senior martial practitioners of the various sects have suffered tragic casualties, and the losses of our 8 extremities world have been great as well. As Yin Zhaoge said this, a cold light surfaced within his eyes. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shun Li, fleeing in the face of battle. Yin Di and the others first heaved a sigh of relief before their hearts tightened. Yin Zhaoge did not mention how Yuan Zhengfeng was doing. Still, observing Yin Zhaoge's expression, Yin Di and the others could basically guess that Yuan Zhengfeng's life should be fine at the very least. However, Yuan Zhengfeng didn't rush to the EC's aid even though the Earth Domain disaster was quelled. This meant that his situation wasn't optimistic either. Shunli similarly did not rush to the Eastern Sea, which inevitably caused everyone to feel depressed. The current battle with the Flame Devils had reached a critical juncture. If Yuan Zhengfeng and Shun Li could rush over and participate in the battle, the human race would be able to firmly secure victory. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yin Di. "Father, congratulations on transcending mortality and entering sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm." The youngest martial saint of the 8 extremities world in post-Great Calamity times was also the strongest martial saint of the same cultivation level. It's just another new beginning. Yin Di wielded a saber in his right hand, his saber rampaging as he attacked towards the flame devils down below. He raised his left hand lightly, a crimson pagoda with blue dragon patterns on it appearing before him as he sent a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Being able to emerge from seclusion so quickly, this treasure's contribution cannot go unnoticed. I hope that it can perform another miraculous feat now. Looking at that crimson pagoda, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile. You indeed brought this thing along. Grandmaster is fine, but having fallen into chaotic space, it is unknown which world he has gone to. Second apprentice uncle is heavily injured, but fortunately protected by the clear chi robe. His life is not in danger. As Yin Zhaoge flew towards the Crimson Pagoda, he briefly explained the situation to Yin Di via sound transmission. Landing on the Crimson Pagoda, Yin Zhaoge clapped his hands together on its top, numerous red chains instantly appearing on the Crimson Pagoda. Yin Di and the others circulated the grand formation, numerous chains of white light extending from within, corresponding to each other as they entangled with the red chains. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, taking out a dark red ring. This ring was clapped onto the top of the Crimson Pagoda by him, blazing flames instantly blazing within the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. The gazes of Yin Di and the others flickered, but they did not stop him. Meanwhile, the flame devils down below suddenly fell simultaneously silent, their violent roars abruptly halting for an instant. The next moment, an even crazier roar resounded. That great flame devil king included. All the flame devil experts seemed to have gone berserk as they charged towards the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation up above. The flame devil world on the other side of the dimensional passageway also seemed to have turned into a living being at this moment, becoming even more violent and violent. Yin Zhaoge's expression was stern as he clapped his palms together once more, that Crimson Pagoda transforming into a streak of crimson flames, smashing downwards. Guided by the numerous red and white chains, the massive world of white light formed of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation descended downwards as well. All of a sudden, the skies seemed to have been drawn together, even space and time distorting and folding unceasingly. Seeing the pagoda with a dark red ring embedded within it descending, the flame devils did not even have time to rejoice when they discovered that with that ring as their center and the pagoda as their crux, the earth veins of the entire outer East Sea were flowing in reverse. The footsteps of the flame devil world that had originally been unceasingly invading the eight extremities world were forcibly cut off. The sky above smashed downwards, the sea and the earth below wanting to overturn together. The entire eight extremities world seemed to move at this moment, forming a massive, distorting force that strongly repelled the flame devil world and the flame devil experts. The power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was also unleashed to the maximum at this moment. Countless streams of light intermingling between the heavens and the earth, imprisoning and slaying the flame devils together with the chaotic space, sweeping away the devilish fire. In an instant, the scales of victory and defeat were tipped in favor of the human race martial artists. Now, the power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was condensed and concentrated like never before, forming a massive repulsive force. Meng Wan, the Extreme Yin Crown, and Qin Lin were all flung out of the formation. Yin Zhaoge and the other four continued to wield the Grand Formation, borrowing the power of the heavens and the earth to suppress the flame devils. Having been warned by Yin Zhaoge beforehand, Meng Wan and the others were not surprised by this as they just gazed at that descending world of white light from the outside, anticipating their final victory. The other human martial practitioners were all in high spirits as well. Similarly focused on this scene, Huang Su said in a low tone, "It's time." At the same time, within the Grand Formation, Huang Guanglia's expression did not change as his movements were composed. He suddenly spread his hand, a golden lamp lighting up. To be continued. Chapter 491. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation circulated to the maximum, projecting the profound variations between movement and stillness, turning extreme movement into extreme stillness. Beneath this extreme stillness, even the Flame Devil Kings supported by the power of the Flame Devil world would gradually lose their vitality. Other than that, drawing on the massive power of the heavens and the earth with the help of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, the powerful force would even pour into the Flame Devil world, causing an unprecedented counterattack by the human martial practitioners. If this succeeded, even if they could not destroy the Flame Devil world, it would greatly weaken the pure flame, chi, and destructive aura within. This way, the Flame Devils would not be able to cause any trouble for a very long period of time at least. However, this required the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to be maintained at the dimensional passageway entrance for a rather long time, forming a powerful sealing effect. Yin Di and the other three who were in charge of the formation would also be temporarily sealed, unable to extricate themselves for many years to come. As compared to the results, such a method would bring the least losses to the eight extremities world. While the four of them were temporarily sealed, they would slowly whittle down the numerous flame devil experts bit by bit, leaving them with no ability to retaliate with their lives on the line, reducing the danger greatly. The human martial practitioners would not be like the exalted heaven shaker Zhang Dongge and the others in the past, sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Now, however, a golden lamp suddenly appeared within Huang Guanglia's hands. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and the others could not help but look over. Of those present, Yin Di, Old Man Mo, and Song Wuliang all possessed extraordinary cultivation bases, and Yin Zhaoge was knowledgeable as he could all feel that a unique concept seemed to be contained within that golden lamp. Huang Guanglia lifted the golden lamp into the air, its light expanding, enveloping Huang Guanglia's entire body. He brought his palms together, a spiritual light shooting into the skies from the top of his head, shooting straight into the heavens. The light of the golden lamp bobbed and sank within the spiritual light. That spiritual light that led to the entire universe was exceptionally unique as it broke through space, leading to an unknown land. That was not space being broken through. Instead, it seemed to be rising towards a higher level of the world. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated as he could only feel that the scene before him greatly resembled that of before the Great Calamity, when the divine palace had yet to be destroyed, looming high above the nine heavens. At that time, the world of the heavenly court where the divine palace was located had seemed to exist above the sky, lofty and unattainable to the myriad life forms of the universe. Looking at the place where the spiritual light above Huang Guanglie's head led to, many strange feelings arose within Yin Zhaoge's heart. He came to a realization. That place, could it be the world beyond worlds? Could it be that the sacred Sun Clan and Huang Guanglie had grasped a special method to the world beyond worlds? Carefully sensing it, Yin Zhaoge rejected this possibility. That spiritual light had connected to an unknown land above the nine heavens. However, it was not a passageway to the world beyond worlds. Instead, it seemed more like it was temporarily drawing in some other profound power from within. Raising their heads and gazing over, they saw that at the boundary between the eight extremities world and that mysterious, inscrutable, unknown land, a person was indistinctly visible. That person's entire body was shrouded in light, as if he was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The light shrouding him made it hard for others to see him clearly. Huang Guanglie extended a finger and tapped toward his forehead, the other pointing towards Yin Di and the other two. His figure gradually disappeared from the eye of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, leaving the pull and influence of the Grand Formation. Instead, a golden figure appeared where Huang Guanglie had been standing. It had the same facial features as Huang Guanglie. This golden figure supported the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation in Huang Guanglie's place. Numerous golden chains suddenly flying out from its body. These golden chains also penetrated deep into the world of white light formed of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, entangling with the other chains of white light. Accompanied by Huang Guanglie's will, the golden chains began to retract, actually drawing the world of white light towards its center as well. The white light shook, resembling a collapse. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was still circulating, but the world of white light was collapsing as a whole. Its power began to gather at a high level, pressuring towards Yin Di, Old Man Mo, and Song Wuliang at its center, as well as that golden figure. The Grand Formation was currently in its final struggle against the flame devils down below. Everyone's power was being restrained as they were hard-pressed to suppress the internal changes of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Old Man Mo frowned. What does the East Rising Martial Saint mean by this? With an external enemy before us, we should be working together as one. The flame devils have yet to be purged, yet you are already so impatient to turn your blade towards us. Don't you feel that it is a little too early? We've let the flame devils laugh at us for nothing. As Song Wuliang wielded the jade Sea Pill Heart sword, he snorted coldly. Sacred Sun Clan, it is indeed easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. You have always been so despicable. Huang Guanglie ignored Song Wuliang's fury, only looking at Old Man Mo as he said slowly, "No need to worry, Old Mo. The Grand Formation circulation will still suppress and kill the flame devils. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. The only difference is that I will not be accompanying the three of you. Don't think that the three of you can just stand by and do nothing. Now that the Grand Formation is collapsing inwards, everyone's power tangled together. You are unable to extricate yourselves, only able to move forward." Song Wuliang was greatly enraged. "At most, we'll just die. I want to see if without us can you, Old Man Huang, stand against these numerous flame devil kings alone? Just because you dare to do this, do you think that I dare not do the same?" Huang Guanglie finally swiveled his head to look at Song Wuliang, saying mildly, "It is very normal for you to have such thoughts. However, it is useless. There are many things that you do not understand. When facing the Flame Devils, or even the 9 underworlds, the situation of my Sacred Sun clan is different from yours. Huang Guanglia said indifferently. To you, the 9 underworlds and the Flame Devils are a great tribulation of life and death. But to my Sacred Sun clan, it is a test. Not being able to pass the test would naturally be greatly disadvantageous to us, causing endless trouble in the future. However, there would not be the threat of death at the end of the day. Since that is so, why would this old man not dare to take a risk? Different situations naturally result in different angles of viewing problems. To this old man, the invasion of the 9 underworlds or the Flame Devils is more of a fortuitous encounter than a danger. Now that a fortuitous encounter has come, I naturally have to grasp it with all my heart. Such as now, Huang Guanglia spread his palms, streaks of golden light being released, resembling the great sun rising from the east as it enveloped Song Wuliang's head. Moreover, why do you think this old man is still standing guard here now? It is naturally to supervise the battle. If you want to shed your mortal body in the face of battle, then I'll just have to chase you back and continue to focus on dealing with the Flame Devils. While it is not a great tribulation of life and death, if the Flame Devils really cause too much of a disturbance, this old man will also lose face and be in a disadvantageous situation. Old man Mo frowned, not speaking. Song Wuliang's face was livid. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di raised their heads, gazing at that spiritual light that seemed to be connected to an unknown land, able to guide a unique true intent of power into this 8 extremities world from there. Bearing, it comes supplying it. This means that there is a backer in the world beyond worlds. Looking at that figure that seemed to exist between 2 worlds, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to a realization. So that's how that purple sun martial ancestor of yours is, stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, neither rising nor falling, unable to successfully ascend to the world beyond worlds. Yet, he inadvertently connected to the world beyond worlds, himself becoming a bridge-like existence. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that he is a mouthpiece. Yin Zhaoge gazed at Huang Guanglia. It is just that your relationship with the other party still does not seem to be firm enough. Haha, is it the other party who is measuring your worth? Does he need you to prove yourselves, whether you want to unify the 8 extremities world, or is it enough as long as you can quell the chaos of the 9 underworlds and the Flame Devils by whatever means? Chapter 492. Looking at Huang Guanglia, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. The backer you found in the world beyond worlds, the 8 extremities world, is like a temporary cave manor in their eyes. What they need is an obedient and capable guardian, acting as their spokesperson and helping them to manage this world. Because your Sacred Sun clan has established contact with them, you have gained the initiative. They will not be stingy in giving you some benefits. However, if you're not up to par, unable to hold up the wall, they would not mind changing to a more capable representative. At the end of the day, it is not important who the representative is. What is important is that their interests in the 8 extremities world can be guaranteed. Of course, it is better to use someone familiar than the raw. If your potential and strength are similar, they would naturally be more inclined towards you. Still, you have to prove that you are worthy of their attention and support. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. My guess might not be completely correct, but it should not be too far off, right? Hearing Yin Zhaoge mention the world beyond worlds, Huang Guanglia's expression changed slightly. So you also know the existence of the world beyond worlds? His expression quickly returned to normal, his gaze indifferently sweeping over Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. You father and son are indeed geniuses. This old man previously felt that this great battle with the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds might be a massive fortuitous encounter. However, before you transcend mortality and enter sainthood, before your Broad Creed Mountain displays such a powerful battle formation, I must say that this old man really did not think that this fortuitous encounter would actually be the final one. While I do not want to admit it, if I do not take care of you along with the Flame Devils this time, my Sacred Sun clan will be in great danger. Huang Guanglia's calm gaze finally fell on Yin Zhaoge. I will take care of you first, lest there be no end of trouble in the future. At this point in time, your rate of growth is even faster than Yendi's. Everything that is detrimental to my Sacred Sun clan has your shadow behind it all. You cannot be left alive. As he said this, Huang Guanglie raised his palm, golden light obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it enveloped over towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he said leisurely, Huang Guanglie, your cultivation base of the second level of the martial saint realm is high, and you are also rather insightful in the Tao of martial arts. However, do you think that my Tai Imperial breaking formation can be so easily comprehended by you? Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. Why can't you understand? Since he dared to give you part of the formation, he must have a way to deal with you. Before he finished speaking, the Tai Imperial breaking array rumbled and shook. The golden phantom that had replaced Huang Guanglie's position at the eye of the array was gradually invaded by the white light. The originally golden silhouette quickly turned white. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's composed expression, an intense feeling of unease arose within Huang Guanglie's heart. But before he could make his next move, he discovered that his body was also covered by a layer of white light. With a thought, Huang Guanglie wanted to forcefully break free from the Tai Imperial breaking array and rush out of it. But as the white light flashed, his body shifted, and he was dragged back to the core hub of the formation. The figure that had already turned white merged with Huang Guanglie's body. White chains wrapped around his body, pulling him along with a world of white light towards the entrance of the domain passageway at the center of the sea of fire below. Huang Guanglie roared. Golden sunlight shone around him, but under the effect of the formation, the golden light turned into white light, becoming a part of the formation's power. Yendi's expression had been calm throughout as he said mildly, Huang Guanglie, do not forget that I am the one in charge of this formation. Looking at Huang Guanglie, Yin Zhaoge's smile turned cold. We can slowly settle our debts in the future. Now, as he said, focus wholeheartedly on dealing with the flame devils. Huang Guanglie glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge, seemingly wanting to imprint his appearance into his very bones. Old Man Mo and Song Wuyang both had rather complex expressions on their faces. Old Man Mo appeared slightly out of sorts, while Song Wuyang's expression changed unceasingly, his mental state having suffered a great blow. His expression was rather strange. If it is as you surnamed Huang says, those of the world beyond worlds will not tolerate the 9 underworlds and the flame devils destroying this 8 extremities world unbridledly, and things having reached an irreversible point, they might make a move. Huang Guanglie remained silent. Song Wuyang's mouth was astringent, first not mentioning how they might make a move if they really could do it. What meaning would there be in all that we're doing now, all those sacrifices? Yin Zhaoge said mildly, there would naturally be meaning. What the other side cares about is that this world is not destroyed because of the 9 underworld's true devils and the flame devils. However, they might not care about who dies during this period of time. It is still that old adage. Against the Sacred Sun clan, they might lend a helping hand in passing, but against others, that might not necessarily be the case. The other side might hope to obtain some talents from the 8 extremities world, having them take them in to strengthen themselves, hoping to recruit some experts of the 8 extremities world who possess great potential, breaking through to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and joining them, increasing their strength. However, such people are extremely rare at the end of the day. Still, for us, there are many people we do not wish to lose. Hearing his words, Song Wuyang nodded silently. His Jade Sea city was situated between the Earth Domain and the Outer East Sea, being most directly threatened by the 9 underworlds and the flame devils. Now that the shock from the world beyond worlds had subsided, Song Wuyang's mental state had already stabilized once more as he very naturally thought that living in this world, one ultimately had to rely on themselves. As a martial practitioner of his cultivation base, his mental state had always been firm. His mental state having been shaken by the news of the world beyond worlds, he rarely felt weak and dependent. Now that his mental state had stabilized once more, such thoughts from earlier no longer existed. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked up into the sky. Huang Guanglia was dragged back into the formation. Beneath the circulation of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, the spiritual light formed of the golden lamp above his head was extinguished as well. That seemingly unknown land within the sky vanished along with it. However, not long after this spiritual light had vanished, the sky suddenly shook as yet another streak of light actually shot into the sky. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated as he discovered that somewhere outside of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, another golden lamp that was exactly the same actually flew up. The golden light actually passed through the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, transforming into a spiritual light that enveloped Huang Guanglia once more. The pillar of light shot into the heavens, breaking through the sky once more. The unknown lands, as well as the figure between the two worlds, appeared once again. Enveloped by the radiance, Huang Guanglia roared, making use of this chance to attack. Now, however, he suddenly felt the sky above his head darken. As he raised his head, he saw Yin Zhaoge appear beside that spiritual light before he held a small black incense burner in his hand, directly extending his hand into the spiritual light. That vast, ethereal spiritual light that was infinitely profound actually resembled 100 rivers entering the sea at this moment as it rapidly surged into that small black incense burner. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head, looking down at Huang Guanglia from above as he smiled. I said I'll treat you, and I'll treat you. Just stay here obediently. Chapter 493. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation circulated to the maximum, the world of white light enveloping the surrounding area. Outside the formation, Qinglin and the others were obstructed by the white light as they were unable to see what was happening within. They could only see the surrounding dimensions of the heavens and earth roiling amidst the surging white light as space itself appeared distorted. A massive force that could overturn space expanded unceasingly into the surroundings. Those outside the formation could only retreat unceasingly into the distance, lest they be swept into the increasingly distorted space. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was currently forming a massive sealing force, suppressing and imprisoning the group of Flame Devil Kings, as well as the dimensional passageway entrance to the Flame Devil world. The space here distorted unceasingly, gradually transforming into a formless cage, separating the heavens and the earth from the outside. While everyone was unable to clearly see what was happening within the formation, they all saw a profound spiritual light suddenly penetrate through the world of white light, heading straight for the heavens and breaking through the heavens. The heavens split open, infinite scenes seemingly surfacing within. Sadly, they were obstructed by the world of white light down below, causing those outside the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to be unable to see it clearly. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, that spiritual light suddenly gradually faded, the hole in the heavens beginning to close up once more. While others did not know what that spiritual light was, the chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, understood it clearly. Seeing the spiritual light begin to fade not long after it had appeared, Huang Su could not help but knit his brows tightly. He rejoiced incomparably now that he had specially prepared an additional divine lamp. Huang Su flipped his palm, a golden lantern appearing before hovering in mid-air, traversing the dense white light as it entered the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Seeing this, the martial practitioners of the other sects all discussed spiritedly, guessing within their hearts. The next moment, a spiritual light shot into the skies once more, shooting straight into the clouds. However, before Huang Su could heave a sigh of relief, that spiritual light actually showed signs of extinguishing once more. Within that Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, there seemed to be a black hole which unceasingly devoured the golden lantern light and the radiance of the spiritual light. Huang Su's gaze was heavy as he stared fixedly at the world of white light. The world of white light descending into the crimson sea of flames down below. The collision between the two sides had reached its peak at this moment, causing the surrounding space to distort greatly. The space of the entire region of sea was unceasingly rippling, overlapping, stretching, and overturning. It was not just the eight extremities world. Even the space of the flame devil world on the other side of the dimensional passageway was affected as well, bright at times whilst dim at others. Above the outer east sea, with the world of white light and the domain passageway entrance as the center, surging, formless waves madly swept towards the surroundings. The destructive wave swept everything in the surroundings in a terrifying manner. Those below the martial sacred realm would not be able to resist it. Protected by their sacred artifacts, Meng Wan, infinite boundless mountain's longtime elder, as well as the martial saint and Qing Lin, while they wouldn't be killed, didn't have the heart to forcibly resist it as they all retreated. However, when the martial artists on the periphery saw the apocalyptic scene in front of them, they were shocked to the core and excited at the same time. If everything went according to plan, the flame devils would be sealed, unable to threaten the eight extremities world for a very long time. There were only the sacred Sun clans Huang, Su, and a few others who, looking at that second spiritual light that had been extinguished, felt unspeakably bitter within their hearts, as the situation was completely different from what they had expected. At this moment, within the Tai Imperial Breaking Array, Huang Guanglia was not in a good mood. The white light flowed along his body from bottom to top, starting from his feet and spreading upwards. The light became more and more intense, causing his legs to look like statues flashing with white light. This trend continued to extend upwards. The seal of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was about to be officially established. It was the same for Yin Di, Old Man Mo, and Song Wuliang. As Yin Zhaoga devoured the spiritual light formed of the golden fire with the earth-devouring burner. Currently within the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, he could also feel the world of white light moving towards its final collapse. In that moment when the Grand Formation finally collapsed, transforming into the seal, the destructive power it would create would be even more powerful than the spatial distortions in the outside world. Huang Guanglia raised his head, looking expressionlessly at Yin Zhaoga. Destroying this old man's ritual, you will not be able to retreat from this Tai Imperial Breaking Formation in time. At that time, the Grand Formation will completely collapse. However supreme a genius you are, if you're not a martial saint and do not have a sacred artifact to protect you, you will still be hard-pressed to escape death. If you want to escape, this old man will similarly have a chance to do so. Otherwise, this old man will just wait and see how you die. If you don't leave, then leave your life behind. At most, this old man will just admit defeat this time and guard this seal. His gaze swept indifferently across Yin Di. This time, your father won't be able to protect you. Yin Zhaoga held the earth-devouring burner in the form of a small black incense burner, extending it into the spiritual light and devouring it. Lowering his head to look at Huang Guanglia, Yin Zhaoga said mildly, "As for you, obediently complete the seal here. Don't waste your time thinking about those useless things. As for what happens to me, you don't have to worry about it." Saying thus, a mirror suddenly appeared in Yin Zhaoga's other hand. Seeing this, Yin Di instantly smiled, recognizing that it was the lofty prestige mirror. Yin Zhaoga infused his true essence within, numerous patterns of light appearing on the surface of the mirror, coming together to form a small, intricate spirit formation. Where the mirror light passed, a path seemed to appear before Yin Zhaoga. This path extended into the distance, twisting amidst distorted space as it led somewhere unknown. Gazing over carefully, Huang Guanglia saw that the mirror light seemed to have opened a door to space. "You." Huang Guanglia glared at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga said indifferently, "What about me?" "Huang Guanglia, I'll tell you plainly that this matter today is not over. Your sacred Sun clan loves to stir up trouble. When you're free later, we'll have a proper talk." The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, enveloped by the white light, began to formally collapse, the chaotic phenomena outside the Grand Formation growing more intense. The white light on the bodies of Yin Di, Huang Guanglia, and the other two gradually enveloped them completely. That spiritual light that connected to the heavens and the earth vanished completely as well. Yin Zhaoge kept the earth-devouring burner, preparing to step into the spatial door formed of the lofty prestige mirror's mirror light, stepping into this spatial passageway that had been temporarily established through traversing techniques. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Swiveling his head, he saw a figure flying amidst the chaotic flows of space at the periphery of the grand formation that had already collapsed. That was someone who had been swept into the formless ripples of the formation outside. Gazing over carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was a famed Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, his cultivation base having shockingly already reached the peak of the transcending mortality stage, only a step away from the martial saint realm. However, facing such terrifying, frenzied tides, his true martial avatar having been ripped apart, his life hanging by a thread. In another direction, there was also someone present. What shocked Yin Zhaoge was that it was clearly Fu Enshu. How tyrannical and ferocious were the formless frenzied tides that those who had not entered the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to withstand. While Fu Enshu had recently broken through to the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence talisman stage, she was still unable to withstand such frenzied tides, as she had already been heavily injured. The chaotic flows of space formed by the frenzied tides even looked like they were about to rip her body apart. Yin Zhaoge frowned, the mirror light of the lofty prestige mirror circulating, temporarily stabilizing the chaotic space before he flew forward, catching Fu Enshu. Already heavily injured, seeing Yin Zhaoge, Fu Enshu was first shocked before she revealed a reassured expression. Her mind relaxing, Fu Enshu instantly lost consciousness. Yin Zhaoge had no time to think about it. The formation collapsed, the seal formed. This region of the heavens and earth was about to collapse. Keeping Fu Enshu's body within the shadow, shrinking pouch, Yin Zhaoge stepped into the passageway formed of the mirror light, his figure vanishing from the 8 extremities world. Meanwhile, the body of that Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan was completely shattered by the collapsing space. Where he had been, above the outer East Sea, at the entrance of the dimensional passageway that had originally led to the Flame Devil world, space was chaotic to the extreme before it abruptly fell strangely silent. A mountain peak that flickered with white light fell into the great sea, suppressing the seabed, its peak high above the sea's surface. In the air above the mountain peak, a vast, boundless sigil flickered with a gentle radiance. While the heavens and earth had still been overturned just a moment ago, everything was calm and peaceful now. To be continued. Chapter 494. This was also Yin Zhaoge's first time using the mirror dimensional traversing art. Making use of this secret art, Yin Zhaoge strode amidst chaotic space, avoiding the final collapse of the Tai Imperial breaking formation on the outer East Sea of the 8 extremities world. Still, having stepped into that temporary dimensional passageway, he had already left the 8 extremities world, the mirror light having the effect of teleportation. Within the mirror light, Yin Zhaoge did not need to exert any force at all as the mechanism directly sent him forward. The space before him displayed an indiscernible, bizarre, and incomprehensible state, causing Yin Zhaoge to recall the scenes of him heading to the floating life world through the 10-character Heavenly Rainbow earlier. Now he was about to head to a new world. Yin Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand. A profound rune surfaced on the surface of the mirror, faint traces of blood gradually appearing amidst the rune. As these traces of blood merged with the mirror light, they did not have the feeling of old filth as they instead shone brightly like crystals. The mirror light merged with the blood-red light, vaguely guiding Yin Zhaoge in the right direction. A moment later, the scenes before him suddenly changed as Yin Zhaoge's figure halted as well. Sunlight illuminated the area before him, the sky clear for thousands of li gazing down. It was a jade sea, causing one to feel as though they were still on the surface of the 8 extremities world's East Sea. However, Feeling the spiritual chi flow of this world that was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge knew that while it was still an ocean before him, he had already left the Eight Extremities world, arriving in a whole new world. The mirror light that enveloped Yin Zhaoge vanished. Gazing back, that temporary dimensional passageway behind him had already vanished without a trace. Lowering his head to look at the lofty prestige mirror in his hand whose mirror light had dimmed once more, Yin Zhaoge knew that this treasured mirror would have to undergo a period of recuperation before it could be used again. Before the lofty prestige mirror recovered, he would have to remain in this world. I can only hope that the technique is correct. This is the vast ocean world. That way, I can still look for senior apprentice brother Su and Lil Junior in passing. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, keeping the lofty prestige mirror. Before he had parted with Su Fei earlier, Yin Zhaoge had specially kept his essence blood so that he could attempt to find the vast ocean world in the future. The Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world did not have a dimensional passageway that directly connected them. If the mirror dimension traversing technique wanted to locate them, it would require something to rely on. After having returned to the Eight Extremities world from the floating life world, other than cultivating and preparing to deal with the chaos of the Earth domain and the Flame Devils, Yin Zhaoge had been thinking of a way to bring back Su Fei and Shijun. Still, with the situation in the Eight Extremities world on the verge of erupting at any moment back then, Yin Zhaoge had been unable to spare any attention to it. Now, however, he had managed to kill two birds with one stone. However, this was also Yin Zhaoge's first time using such a secret technique. Whether or not it worked still had to be tested. If he could confirm that this was the vast ocean world, things would be much easier to handle. What Yin Zhaoge felt rather regretful about was that while his grandmaster, Yuan Jingfeng, had severed his left arm back then, sending his second apprentice Uncle Fang Jun and the clear chi robe to escape to the heavens, his essence blood had sadly been completely depleted amidst the chaotic flows of space. At that time, he didn't have the time to leave any clues. Now, he could only hope that the old man was blessed by the heavens. As Yin Zhaoge thought about this, his expression turned grave as he took out his accompanying shadow, shrinking pouch. After releasing Fu Enshu from the shadow, shrinking pouch, Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, supporting Fu Enshu's body with his true essence before unceasingly infusing it into the various major acupoints of Fu Enshu's body. A few golden needles landed on Yin Zhaoge once more, rapidly descending. As the golden needles pierced into the vital acupoints of Fu Enshu's body, light gradually lit up at their tips, the blue flames resembling candles as they flickered unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge extended his palm, making a grabbing motion towards those golden needles within the air, the blue flames instantly growing brighter. After a long time, the blue flames at the tips of the golden needles gradually grew weaker before finally being extinguished. However, after the blue flames had been extinguished, the golden light of fire gradually lit up. Seeing the golden light at the tips of the golden needles, Yin Zhaoge's gaze gradually turned gloomy. It is indeed the sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu's injuries were not light, the heaviest naturally coming from the aftershocks of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation sealing the EC back then. Other than that, a small portion of her injuries have been caused by the sacred Sun clan's martial arts, and from the looks of it, they have been inflicted somewhat earlier than the power of the seal. Thinking of that transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, who had been trapped alongside Fu Enshu within the chaotic flows, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. It was most likely that the two sides had clashed, having been affected by the aftershocks of that frenzied tide, and swept within. In the final moments of the seal, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation had already collapsed. Those outside could enter the formation, but there were few who could withstand that terrifying power of the seal. Beneath the power of the seal, space distorted and folded, everything collapsing and congregating at the very center as Fu Enshu and Yin Yanin were swept all the way to the central region. Yin Zhaoge flicked his finger lightly, his true essence circulating as streams of icy cold chi shot out from his finger, landing on the golden needles and entering Fu Inshu's body through them. The golden light at the tips of the golden needles also began to gradually extinguish. While Fu Inshu had yet to regain consciousness, her breathing had already begun to stabilize as the color of blood had also returned to her face. Seeing that Fu Inshu's condition had already stabilized and was no longer in danger, Yin Zhaoga nodded slightly. However, he did not relax in the least. Normally speaking, it had been Fu Inshu who had personally brought Feng Yunsheng and Yin Lu Hua over to the EC this time. Now that Fu Inshu had been attacked, he did not know how they were doing. Fu Inshu's opponent was a longtime martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, of the same generation as Huang Guanglia and Pambuatai. As a grand elder of the Sacred Sun clan, he had already been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for quite some time. While Fu Inshu had successfully stepped into the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage, facing such an opponent, the situation was still not optimistic. Under such circumstances, it would be very hard for her to protect the safety of Feng Yunsheng and Yin Lu Hua. Yin Zhaoga had already sensed that there was no one hidden within Fu Inshu's shadow shrinking pouch. In other words, the three of them had been separated. Whether it was the attack of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster or that terrifying power of the seal, they were both not things that Feng Yunsheng and the others could withstand. Lightly rubbing his temples, Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath. As for the specifics, we can only wait for Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu to awaken before we can know. Sacred Sun Clan, Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes into slits, a cold light shooting out from within. He retracted his thoughts, sending the slumbering Fu Inshu back into the shadow, shrinking pouch, before speeding along above the sea surface. As he traveled, he also felt and adapted to the spiritual chi flow of this world that he was currently in. After carefully feeling it, a smile gradually appeared at the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth. While the spiritual chi flow of this world was different from that of the 8 Extremities world, it was also extremely suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in, being much more friendly than that of the floating life world. While he had not personally entered the vast ocean world, after having interacted with the martial practitioners of Chongli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yin Zhaoga could confirm that the level of the chi cultivators of the vast ocean world was not low. The spiritual chi channels of the vast ocean world were definitely very suitable for chi cultivators to cultivate in. This was especially so for the Jade Sea down below. Yin Zhaoga could feel the abundant water vapor within. Combining it with his previous experience of interacting with the people of Jade Sea City, the water domain's sacred ground of the 8 Extremities world. Roughly estimating the tides, he could vaguely feel that the sea here might be even vaster than that of the 8 Extremities world. While he was unable to verify this, such geographical characteristics still cause Yin Zhaoga to feel slightly invigorated. While this is my first time using a traversing technique, the results still seem pretty good. Chapter 495. As Yin Zhaoga flew above the sea's surface, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Halting in mid-air, Yin Zhaoga gazed into the distance, vaguely feeling that there seemed to be an existence like a barrier up ahead, blocking his path. Yin Zhaoga flicked his finger, a streak of light flying out from his fingertip and shooting into the distance. Just as the streak of light was about to vanish into the distant horizon, it suddenly exploded in mid-air. Accompanied by the scattering of the light, space could clearly be seen shaking slightly where the sea and the sky intersected, resembling a stone falling into water as numerous ripples spread out. Space surged like water, numerous ripples spreading into the distance, even passing by Yin Zhaoga's head. Swiveling his head, Yin Zhaoga saw that the ripples did not dissipate for a long time. I actually just happened to land within a barrier. Yin Zhaoga did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Having brought him to this world with the mirror-dimensional traversing technique, it was still uncertain where exactly he would land. Even with Xue Fei's essence blood as a guide, he would not land near Xue Fei. Instead, he would land in the world where the void realms were the weakest. Or perhaps someone was using a similar method to shake the realm barrier. Then, With the two sides working together, he would land there. Landing within a large-scale barrier, Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Nearing the boundary of the barrier, Yin Zhaoge felt that it was not low. The person who had set up this barrier must have been rather powerful. The lofty prestige mirror had fallen into slumber, and the mirror-dimensional traversing technique would not be able to be used for a period of time. While Yin Zhaoge was worried about Feng Yunqing's situation in the Eight Extremities world, he knew that there was no use in being anxious. Therefore, he could only calm his thoughts for now. If it were any other time, the audacious Yin Zhaoge would very much be interested in turning in the opposite direction, entering deep within the barrier to see what exactly was hidden here. However, Yin Zhaoge urgently wanted to know whether this world he was in was the vast ocean world. If it was, where were Su Fei and his disciple now, and how are they doing? Arriving at the boundary of the barrier, looking at the barrier before him, Yin Zhaoge took out his blood devil plate. This thing was a consumable that had to be refined and replenished from time to time. Many of the treasures required came from the Sacred Sun clan's fire domain, and were also extremely rare. Fortunately, in having interacted with the Sacred Sun clan these past few years, Broad Creed Mountain and Yin Zhaoge had mostly been taking advantage of them, having gone to the fire domain to obtain many spoils of war. A crystal container was opened, and streams of sinister and ruthless crimson light soared into the sky and landed on the spirit formation barrier before them. The barrier was so powerful that even the sanguine light found it difficult to corrode it. The wave-like light screen was dyed the color of blood. It looked extremely filthy, but surprisingly, it didn't shatter. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he extended a finger and tapped lightly on that screen of light. A gap finally appeared at the center of the barrier that had been tainted by the blood-red light, which then expanded unceasingly in all directions. Accompanied by the unceasing infusing of Yin Zhaoge's true essence within, the barrier also broke apart unceasingly, finally forming a circular gap of around 3 meters in diameter. Just as Yin Zhaoge was about to leave through this gap, he suddenly saw that outside the barrier, someone had shockingly arrived nearby as well. There were both men and women. The older ones were in their 40s, while the younger ones were only in their 20s. There were Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters, Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters, and even Martial Scholars. They had originally been in high spirits, talking and laughing amongst themselves. Some of them were even holding a small flag in their hands, seemingly eager to do something. Without exception, all of their gazes contained a certain emotion called anticipation. One of them, a girl, while her cultivation base was on the lower side, still only a martial scholar, was the happiest. Fang Min was currently filled with anticipation. Having coincidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter, she had first obtained the exact location of this barrier, then obtained the Zhongyuan spirit flag that could break through it. While she still didn't know what exactly was within the barrier, just looking at its scale, she knew that it was most likely concealing good things. While she was young and her cultivation base was on the lower side, with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother of the same clan coming to help her, and with her unique identity, her fellow disciples wouldn't go to the extent of swallowing up her things. Even if there wasn't a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, at the very least, she wouldn't return empty-handed. There should be sufficient treasures to share with her senior apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother, so that they wouldn't have made a wasted trip. When Fang Min saw that a hole had actually opened up in the barrier as soon as they arrived, she couldn't help but feel shocked whilst also overjoyed. However, seeing Yin Zhaoge's figure appear before the hole in the barrier, Fang Min and the others were instantly taken aback, wanting to speak, yet seeming to choke on their words. Someone beat us to it. This was the first thought that popped up within the minds of Fang Min and the others. Yin Zhaoge had not thought that they would meet someone head-on. Appraising them slightly, they saw that after their initial moment of shock, the other party had quickly regained their wits as they looked warily at Yin Zhaoge. Meeting their gaze, Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment. Looking at the barrier around them, he understood what they were thinking as he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry for a time. The two sides just stood there, separated by the barrier that resembled a city wall, yet had already opened up, staring at each other, as no one moved. The person with the highest cultivation base amongst them was a late essence spirit martial grandmaster, a middle-aged man at the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm. He strode forward, asking solemnly, "Spirit Rhino Island's Yang Chu fan, I wonder how I should address you?" Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge instantly felt completely at ease. It was precisely the same voice as Chongli Mountains by Jing Kong and his wife back then, as well as the Blood Dragon sects Hai Jingjie and the others. This was precisely the vast ocean world. He had not been mistaken in using the mirror-dimensional traversing technique. "I am Yin Zhaoge, a loose practitioner of the Beyond the Seas. Greetings, everyone," Yin Zhaoge said casually. He used the language of pre-Great Calamity times. The language of the vast ocean world was extremely similar to this ancient language. Conversing in this language, the other party would basically be able to understand what he meant. While the language of the vast ocean world was similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times, having not interacted much with Bai Jingkong and his wife before, it would be very difficult for Yin Zhaoge to completely learn the language. Fortunately, the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times was already sufficient. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's extraordinary bearing and leisurely expression, Yang Chu-fan could not make up his mind for a time. It was instead Fong Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who were looking at Yin Zhaoge and the barrier before them. Anxious looks vaguely appeared on the faces of the people within the barrier. Yin Zhaoge was neither hurried nor slow, as he said smilingly, "To tell you the truth, having come from beyond the seas, I am still not familiar with the situation here. I have come here this time to look for an old friend, having entered this barrier by accident. Not being familiar with the people and the place, I am indeed incomparably happy to have met you all here. I would like to ask for directions. I wonder if you all know how to get to Chongli Mountain." The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were doubtful. Just as Yang Chu-fan was about to answer, his expression suddenly changed slightly. On the great sea behind them, numerous streams of ferocious black chi shot through the air, shooting over in the direction of the barrier. The black chi transformed into sabers that were ferocious to the extreme, filled with killing intent. To be continued. Chapter 496. The all-encompassing black chi transformed into countless sabers, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they hacked over towards those in the vicinity of the barrier. While Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, the eyelids of Fong Min, Yang Chu-fan, and the others twitched abruptly. People of the evil, shifting sect. The faces of those of Spirit Rhino Island all looked rather bitter, because that all-encompassing saber chi clearly indicated that there were at least 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners on the other side. It was clear that the people of the evil shifting sect had specifically followed them here to take advantage of the situation, waiting for them to find the barrier, waiting for them to break it, then making use of the situation to kill them and plunder their treasures. While Fong Min and the others felt indignant, they still did not feel too much fear. However, Yang Chu-fan was more experienced and thought more. The other side's attacks were filled with killing intent, actually seeming like they wanted to leave all of them here. Making a move under such circumstances, they most likely had absolute confidence in taking down all of their Spirit Rhino Island present. The 2 late essence spirit martial practitioners might not even be at their full strength. At this point, Yang Chu-fan's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he glanced at Yin Zhaoge from the corner of his eye. With time being short, he had not had the time to probe Yin Zhaoge's strength. While the other party looked young, he felt that he was not someone easy to deal with. Their group actually faced the danger of being attacked from 2 sides. Yang Chu-fan asked, "Are you friend or foe of Chongli Mount?" Yin Zhaoge appraised the saber chi assaulting from the distance through the hole in the barrier rather interestedly, saying casually, "Most likely friend, though I can't be sure." His casual tone caused Yang Chu-fan to choke as he pointed at the black saber chi that had already arrived before them, saying anxiously, "These are people of the evil shifting sect. The evil shifting sect is one of the 6 evil sects, a sworn enemy of Chongli Mountain of the 7 Pillars of Good." Yin Zhaoge laughed. I have no interest in the evil, shifting sect. I just want to ask, how is the relationship between your spirit Rhino Island and Changli Mountain? Yang Chu Fan wanted to answer, but it was already too late. With a stern roar, he shot into the skies, brandishing his palms as streams of light flickered. Carefully observing, Yin Zhaoge saw a jade-green streak of light on Yang Chufan's palm, nimble and graceful as it traversed the horizon. That jade-green light seemed weak, yet was exceptionally agile as it specifically sought the flaws of the other party's saber arts, dispelling their ferocious attacks into formlessness. Wherever the green light went, it seized every opportunity. Not only did it neutralize the other party's attack, but it also went against the flow, trying to find the flaws in the other party's saber technique to counterattack. There were even a few times where it felt like the evil, shifting sect martial practitioner was intentionally giving way to his opponent, allowing him to reveal his flaws as he wished. Or perhaps the two of them were familiar with each other and had a tacit understanding of each other. They were performing an orderly deduction with perfect coordination. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, having an idea of what was going on. The level of Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts was similar to that of the evil shifting sect before him, as well as Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, which he had previously seen, possessing some intricate aspects. The rejuvenation of the martial arts of this vast ocean world was indeed not weak. When the two evil, shifting sect cultivators worked together but could not do anything to Yang Chu Fan, they immediately became enraged. Their saber chi suddenly became even sharper. At this moment, the black saber chi had turned blood red. At this moment, the blood-red sky solidified into a real sea of blood. The sea of blood was filled with white bones, piling up into two mountains of white bones. The mountains of bones and the sea of blood pressured down from above, just like that, heavy and brutal to the extreme. The saber chi was like an iron plate at this moment, seemingly having no flaws at all. Even executing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, Yang Chu Fan was unable to break through the saber chi before him. Streams of light rose from Yang Chu Fan's body as the mid-grade spirit artifact that he carried with him played a role. However, the other party had mid-grade spirit artifacts as well, and two of them at that. Beneath the powerful pressure, the streams of jade light brought about by Yang Chu Fan's palm were gradually buried by the mountains of bones, devoured by the sea of blood. Fong Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners hurriedly came forward to assist him. However, other martial practitioners of the evil, shifting sect had arrived as well, their numbers indeed greater. Surrounded and attacked by the evil, shifting sect experts, the people of Spirit Rhino Island instantly fell into dire straits. Fong Min grit her teeth, clapping down on her left wrist with her right palm. A jade bracelet shattered, streams of light surging to form a barrier that enveloped her and her fellow disciples. However, as the two mountains of bones that towered above the sea of blood pressed down together, Yang Chu Fan, Fong Min, and the others were instantly rendered unable to move. Yang Chu Fan clenched his teeth, glancing at Yin Zhaoge before roaring. The evil shifting sect and Changli Mountain are mortal enemies. You won't be able to get any news out of them. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, his expression as per usual as he turned to look at the evil, shifting sect martial practitioners above the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. With those two late essence spirit martial grandmasters at their head, the evil, shifting sect martial practitioners all frowned as they looked at Yin Zhaoge, who was within the barrier. However, none of them moved as they still attacked the people of Spirit Rhino Island aggressively, seemingly not worried that Yin Zhaoge would cause trouble. Paying attention to Yin Zhaoge, the other party was still somewhat distracted. At this moment, the people of Spirit Rhino Island rampantly exerted force, the light created by Fong Min's jade bracelet suddenly focusing on a single point, separating the two mountains of bones. Meanwhile, jade light flickered within Yang Chu Fan's pupils as his entire person flickered, seemingly vanishing amidst the air. A jade light that was as thin as a needle shot upwards unceasingly, traversing the sea of blood and piercing through the mountains of bones. While it looked as tiny as a speck of light, there seemed to be nothing that could trap it as it shockingly broke through the mountains of bones and the sea of blood. After repelling an opponent, Yang Chu-fan was about to attempt to lead Fong Min and the others away. With the situation being stronger than they were, and the other party being stronger, they could only temporarily retreat now, before finding a chance to exact their revenge. However, right at this moment, a black saber chi suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Chu-fan struck out with the spirit rhino palm, jade green light shooting upwards. Who knew that ordinary-looking black saber chi actually seemed to exert a suction force as it sucked the green light into its blade. From the looks of it, it was like a green rope was entangled around the black saber. As the black saber descended, the jade green rope was instantly broken into several pieces. Yang Chu-fan's face turned pale. Chu Xiong. He could sense that the other party was also a late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, not an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. But for an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster to be able to cultivate the evil, shifting sex profound dark saber chi to such a level, there could only be a single person, Dark Evil Jiang Xiong. The black saber chi condensed into a true black saber, its hilt held in the hands of a person who looked to be around 40 years of age. His lips were slightly pursed, his eyes clearly bloodshot. Jiang Xiong's lips carried a hint of a mocking smile as he stared at the people of Spirit Rhino Island with bloodshot eyes, an extremely dangerous light within them. Seeing him, Yang Chu-fan's heart instantly sunk to the very bottom. No wonder the other two late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the evil shifting sect had not paid any attention to those who were not from Spirit Rhino Island. No wonder the evil shifting sect seemed to want to keep them here forever. The other party indeed had the ability to completely devour them. "Thank you for leading the way," Jiang Xiong said nonchalantly. After cutting off the path of Yang Chu-fan and the others, those evil shifting sect martial practitioners attacked once more. Jiang Xiong pointed at Fong Min. "I want old man Fong's granddaughter alive. Everyone else, kill them all." After saying thus, he walked towards that gap in the barrier, looking at Yin Zhaoge. "You want to find people of Changli Mountain?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right." Jiang Xiong asked, "Are they friend or foe of Changli Mountain?" Chapter 497. After having seen the conflict between Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, Yin Zhaoge already had a general understanding of the relationship between the so-called 7 pillars of good and the 6 evil sects of the vast ocean world. Righteous and evil were relatively opposed to each other, but different sects of the same camp also had their own conflicts and grudges in private. From time to time, they would fight. However, when the two camps collided, the forces of the same camp would mostly put aside their former enmity and work together. While Yang Chu-fan and the others had not explicitly said it, Yin Zhaoge was still able to guess a thing or two about it. Spirit Rhino Island was most likely also one of the 7 pillars of good, on par with the Blood Dragon sect and Changli Mountain, being enemies of the evil shifting sect of the 6 evil sects. However, the relationship between Spirit Rhino Island and Changli Mountain might not be all that harmonious amongst the 7 pillars of good. As Jiang Xiong walked towards the gap in the barrier, he gazed at Yin Zhaoge. His question was similar to Yang Chu-fan's earlier. Yin Zhaoge's answer did not change as he said casually, "Me and Changli Mountain? They're most likely friends, but I can't say for sure. I'll have to wait until I meet the people of Changli Mountain first." Jiang Xiong's face was expressionless as he continued walking forward. "What's inside the barrier?" Glancing at Jiang Xiong, Yin Zhaoge smiled, spreading his hand apart. "If I said that I was only passing by, not knowing what was inside, also not having obtained anything from this barrier, would anyone here believe me?" Jiang Xiong was taken aback as the other evil, shifting sect martial practitioners all looked unkindly at Yin Zhaoge. While Yang Chu-fan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were currently being surrounded and attacked by the evil, shifting sect martial practitioners, their appraising gazes towards Yin Zhaoge were also filled with doubt. Everyone present clearly had one sentence written on their faces. It would be weird if I believed you, Jiang Xiong said indifferently. The barrier is still there, which means that the core treasure should not have been touched, but I can't be sure about the other things. Yin Zhaoge clapped his hands, laughing lightly. In this current world, no one would believe the truth. At this time, Jiang Xiong had already arrived at the gap in the barrier, just a single step away from Yin Zhaoge. Staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge with his bloodshot eyes, he suddenly bared his teeth in a smile. Whether it's the truth or not is no longer important. Before his words had landed, Jiang Xiong suddenly attacked, a blood-red saber light suddenly appearing as he hacked towards Yin Zhaoge. A shadow flickered above Jiang Xiong's head, presenting a fiendish scene. A black wind howled, a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. On top of the white mountain of bones stood a figure. He held a saber in his hand, and wherever the saber pointed, it slaughtered the common people. It was no longer the dark black saber chi that he had used before, but the evil, shifting sex blood sea saber chi, which was even more profound. At this moment, the vast sea of blood seemed to compress into a streak of bloodlight, condensed to the extreme. Wherever the saber light passed, the void seemed to be split into two by a bloody line. It doesn't matter if you really don't care or you're pretending to be calm. The fact that you're able to remain calm after seeing me make a move shows that you have some ability. Jiang Xiong sneered and said, but your grandpa bear didn't use much strength to beat a waste like Yang Chu Fan just now. The distance between the two of them was already very close, and the blood-red saber light arrived in an instant. Seeing this, Yang Chu Fan, Fong Min, and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all felt a chill run down their spines. The martial arts of the evil shifting sect were big and bold, powerful and ferocious. However, the baleful aura was too heavy, and when it attacked and retreated, it was not as smooth and fast. However, if the evil shifting sect martial practitioners were allowed to get close and gain the initiative to forcibly attack, it would be extremely hard for their opponents to deal with. Amidst his words, Jiang Xiong arrived at the gap in the barrier in a few steps before suddenly erupting, wanting to catch Yin Zhaoge unawares. Yang Chu Fan and the others wanted to warn Yin Zhaoge, but were beaten to the point of being unable to catch their breath by the fierce attacks of the other evil, shifting sect martial grandmasters. Seeing Jiang Xiong not even using his dark black saber chi now, instead directly unleashing his blood sea saber chi, the hearts of the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners sunk. Dark evil Jiang Xiong, an elite of the evil shifting sect senior generation, the strongest existence amongst the Essence Spirit martial grandmasters, the strongest as well as youngest late Essence Spirit martial grandmaster. In the vast ocean world, it was customary to list the 10 strongest martial practitioners of each major cultivation level. The evil shifting sect's dark, evil Jiang Xiong was ranked third amongst the current top 10 Essence Spirit experts. This ranking did not look at one's background or cultivation level. There was only one criterion, and that was one's personal strength. It depended on whether one could fight or not. The reason why Jiang Xiong could be ranked third was because of his outstanding strength and glorious battle achievements. Having risen to fame at a young age, having traversed through trials and tribulations for more than 20 years, stepping on the corpses of countless enemies to get where he was now, his strength could not be doubted. Born of the 6 evil sects, other than being vicious and merciless, he was also unscrupulous, only looking at results. In order to obtain the greatest chance of victory, he did not mind first pretending to chat with Yin Zhaoge, immediately turning hostile and making a move after closing the distance between them. Whether Yin Zhaoge was friend or foe of Chongli Mountain, foe of Spirit Rhino Island, from the moment he had seen Yin Zhaoge appear within the barrier, Jiang Xiong had already resolved on killing him. What he was scheming was merely how he could kill this opponent of his. Facing the sudden appearance of the blood-red saber light, Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Amidst his words, Yin Zhaoge formed a sword with his index and middle fingers, tapping out towards the blood-red light. The green sword light suddenly lit up, emitting a long roar that resembled the roar of a dragon. The sword light instantly transformed into the form of a green dragon, meeting Jiang Xiong's saber light head-on. As the two sides clashed in midair, that line of blood-red light instantly expanded mightily, transforming into a sea of blood once more. The green dragon was fearless as it entered the sea of blood, riding the winds and breaking through the waves as it advanced, mightily splitting the sea of blood apart. Jiang Xiong's expression did not change as the ferocity within his bloodshot eyes intensified, a cruel smile even appearing on his face. "I was just waiting for you." Within the sea of blood, a mountain of white bones suddenly arose, breaking through the surface of the sea and blocking before the green dragon. Jiang Xiong opened his palm, a white bone saber suddenly appearing within it, overflowing with baleful qi. It was shockingly an extremely high-quality, mid-grade spirit artifact. He raised his saber and descended, sweeping along the mountain of bones and the sea of blood as it chopped down towards the green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's swordlight. The green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's swordlight did not halt in the slightest as it continued shooting towards Jiang Xiong. As the green dragon collided with the mountain of bones, the sea of blood roiled unceasingly, the mountain of bones shaking intensely as white bones shattered and fell to the ground. However, the green dragon was also sent flying backwards, light exploding as it seemed about to disperse. Jiang Xiong laughed savagely. "Hand over all the treasures within the barrier, and Grandpa Xiong will leave you a complete corpse." However, before his words had landed, Yin Zhaoge's swordlight had already transformed into another green dragon, continuing to collide with the mountain of bones and the sea of blood. Then a third, a fourth. Jiang Xiong was stunned as he looked at this opponent before him. It was as though he did not need to return his qi at all as his tyrannical attacks rained down like a tempest, his sword striking out in rapid succession. The numerous dragons linked together like a frenzied tide, ripping apart the sea of blood, smashing apart the mountain of bones. Of course, I know that the move you exchanged with those Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners just now was just a light touch, not having used your full strength. The sea of blood dissipated as Yin Zhaoge strolled out of the barrier, laughing lightly. "Still, even if you used your full strength, it's still nothing much. On the other hand, why don't you take a guess? How much effort do I need to put in to fight a piece of trash like you?" Chapter 498. Yin Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve with finger-flicking shocking thunder, his sword light resembling a dragon, thunders interlocking as it enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it attacked towards Jiang Xiong with the momentum of numerous dragons emerging from the sea. The evil shifting sect's martial arts were bold and unrestrained, fierce and vicious. They were adept at fighting head-on attacks. However, if he encountered an opponent that was even fiercer, and mightier than him, then it was very easy for him to fall into a disadvantageous position. He would be restrained at every turn, and he would have the feeling that he wouldn't be able to turn the tables no matter how he fought. Each sword of Yin Zhaoge's was faster than the previous, the power within each sword condensed and vigorous to the extreme, with no gaps between them at all, as though there was no need for him to return his qi at all. This caused Jiang Xiong to have the misconception of being simultaneously attacked by multiple Yin Zhaoges at the same time. The ominous glint in his bloodshot eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the expression on his face became more and more serious. The other evil shifting sect martial practitioners, as well as Yang Chu-fan, Fong Min, and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners were similarly taken aback. Amidst their extreme shock, the battle between them was no longer as intense as before. Everyone diverted a considerable portion of their attention as they watched Yin Zhaoge beat Jiang Xiong in a constant retreat. All of them were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Fong Min asked blankly, "Martial Uncle Yang, he seems to be fighting barehanded against Jiang Xiong, who is already controlling a spirit weapon?" Yang Chu-fan was equally stunned. That's right. However shocked the onlookers were, they could not compare to Jiang Xiong, who was directly facing Yin Zhaoge's sharpness. He clenched his teeth and suddenly held his saber with both hands. The grayish-white bone blade in his hands suddenly shone with a strange light. As Jiang Xiong raised the saber high above his head, a thick murderous aura gathered on the blade and his body. Jiang Xiong's true yuan and baleful qi fused together with his martial Dao saber intent, turning illusory into real, forming a set of bone armor on his body. The bone saber in his hand also became extremely huge, as if it could split the heavens. Black wind and scarlet blood were absorbed into the white bone, causing the white bone's baleful aura to become even more intense. Jiang Xiong let out a muffled roar, his saber chopping down towards Yin Zhaoge once more. The supreme martial art of the evil, shifting sect, the gloomy, sifting white bone saber, which was superior to the profound dark saber qi and the blood sea saber qi. The ferocious saber move and the baleful aura caused heaven and earth to wail. Looking at this saber, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he extended a hand, spreading his fingers wide. The sword light transformed into numerous azure dragons that coiled around each other at this moment. It was as if the muscles and tendons of a human body were intertwined to form a huge palm. The shining giant hand directly grabbed Jiang Xiong's bone saber with the momentum of holding up the sky. The baleful aura of the saber wildly destroyed this huge palm, but it was all in vain. The moment the bone saber was grabbed by the giant hand, it was instantly immobilized. It was completely fixed in the air. No matter how hard Jiang Xiong tried, he could not move it at all. Not to mention continuing forward, it was wishful thinking to even withdraw his saber and retreat. Yin Zhaoge's palm, though as vast as the heavens and the earth, constricted at this moment, as though the heavens and the earth had transformed into a cage. Jiang Xiong was completely unable to extricate himself. Amidst the deep roar, light flashed above Jiang Xiong's head. The 8 spirit flowers shone brightly, as if they were communicating with heaven and earth. His concept was unleashed to the maximum, but he was still like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to advance or retreat. The evil shifting sect martial practitioners were all greatly shocked. One of the 2 late essence spirit martial grandmasters who were attacking the spirit rhino island martial practitioners hurriedly separated, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge with his saber, wanting to help Jiang Xiong escape. While the other evil shifting sect martial practitioners were still clashing with Yang Chufan, Fang Min, and the others, their minds are already in a state of chaos at this moment. Yang Chufan and the others did not make use of this chance to counterattack, as they too looked stunned at the scene before them. It is rumored that when the dark evil Jiang Xiong was in the mid-essence spirit stage, his spirit sprouted, obtaining 9 spirit leaves. When he stepped into the late essence spirit stage, afterwards, the 9 leaves blossomed into 8 flowers, being a powerful foundation inferior only to the 9 leaves blossoming 9 flowers. Therefore, he possesses such great strength. The spirit rhino island martial practitioners exchanged looks. For what we have seen today, we know that the rumors are not false. The 3rd of the 10 strongest essence spirit martial grandmasters is well-deserved. However, even such a powerful Jiang Xiong, accompanied by a spirit artifact and one with the saber, executing the supreme martial art of the evil shifting sect, the dim shifting white bone saber, was still unable to stand against Yin Zhaoge. Yang Chufan felt bitter, while also at the late essence spirit stage. Me and those 2 evil shifting sect martial grandmasters joining forces might not be Jiang Xiong's match. Where exactly did this youth pop out from? The question within their hearts was currently also the question within the hearts of all the evil, shifting sect martial practitioners. Yin Zhaoge completely ignored that late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil, shifting sect who was assaulting him as he appraised the illusory scene of light above Jiang Xiong's head rather interestedly, looking at those 8 spirit flowers. Right, also at the 8 flowers, just a little stronger than that Hai Zhengjie. Yin Zhaoge laughed. This means that this person should be 9 leaves blossoming 8 flowers, while that Hai Zhengjie is 8 leaves blossoming 8 flowers. Yin Zhaoge locked onto Jiang Xiong's dim, shifting white bone saber with a heavenly broad-creed palm, casually striking out with his other hand, scattering the blood-sea saber chi of that evil, shifting sect martial grandmaster. I wonder what cultivation base your sect's #1 expert possesses. Is it a martial saint? Yin Zhaoge asked casually. I wonder if he has a sacred artifact? Jiang Xiong's face was covered in sweat, unable to speak. Fang Min now called out. The chief of the evil shifting sect is not a martial saint, and they also don't have a sacred artifact. The group of evil shifting sect martial practitioners roared furiously in unison. That evil shifting sect martial grandmaster staring at Yin Zhaoge, saying in a muffled tone, "So what? Our chief is ranked 4th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts. Our sect possessing as many experts as there are clouds. We admit that we have underestimated you, underestimating you. However, if you think that you or the power behind you could do anything to our sect, feel free to come at us. If you have the guts, leave us all here today." Yin Zhaoge laughed. You misunderstand. Hearing his words, the faces of Yang Chu Fan, Fang Min, and the others abruptly turned pale, while the evil, shifting sect martial practitioners all heaved a sigh of relief, their faces regaining their proud, confident expressions as they felt that their sect's power had intimidated this solitary martial practitioner who had sprung out of nowhere. The more a solitary martial practitioner faced a major sect, the more it would appear that he was alone. While he might not be at a disadvantage here, in order to avoid enraging the seniors and experts of the other side's sects, he would often be helpless. It was just that these evil shifting sect martial practitioners did not dare to relax completely. The spirit Rhino Island that Yang Chu Fan, Fang Min, and the others hailed from was a massive entity that was not inferior to their evil shifting sect in the least. If Spirit Rhino Island protected him, perhaps this youth before them would dare to take the risk out of desperation. Yang Chu Fan, Fang Min, and the others all had the same thought as they wanted to speak up in support of Yin Zhaoge, boosting his courage. However, they heard Yin Zhaoge continue. I asked if your sect has a martial saint and a sacred artifact in order to gain a better understanding of you, so that if I were to face your sect in the future, I would be prepared. It has nothing to do with whether or not I kill you now. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Don't think too much. Whether or not your sect has a martial saint, you are already dead men. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge retracted his palm, that massive palm that had condensed sword light, and grabbed onto Jiang Xiong's saber, retracting as well, dragging Jiang Xiong over. Unable to resist, Jiang Xiong's figure shifted. Yin Zhaoge raised his other palm high into the air, slamming down with it, resembling the collapse of the heavens. To be continued. Chapter 499. Whether or not your evil shifting sect has a martial saint, a sacred artifact or not, you are all dead for sure today. If you have a martial saint, I won't even be merciful in killing you, much less transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, his tone seemingly casual as it carried no killing intent at all. Still, his palm descended, directly shattering the bone armor on Jiang Xiong's body. Jiang Xiong wanted to struggle, but Yin Zhaoge struck out with another palm, directly smashing his skull apart, white and red everywhere. All the evil, shifting sect martial practitioners instantly felt their entire bodies turn icy cold. Not daring to say anything else, they directly turned and fled in all directions. After slaying Jiang Xiong, Yin Zhaoge substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing into the air from afar. Streak after streak of sword light shot out, resembling the stars of the sky, illuminating the north. Sword lights that resembled the rain of a starry river descended from the sky, piercing through one evil, shifting sect martial practitioner after another. Corpses fell into the sea one after another, blood spraying into the sky as the surface of the sea down below was quickly dyed dark red. Yin Zhaoge strode forward, instantly arriving beside a late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil, shifting sect. The other party's cultivation base was not just a level lower than Jiang Xiong's. Yin Zhaoge's sword light transformed into numerous green dragons, easily slaying him. Gazing back, he saw another late essence spirit martial grandmaster fleeing in the opposite direction. After all, he was a late essence spirit martial grandmaster, moving extremely quickly as he had already fled virtually without a trace. Yin Zhaoge's expression was leisurely as he did not give chase as he drew back Heaven Shocker, his true essence transforming into a sharp arrow. The sound of thunder resounded, a purple light shooting out before exploding in the distance. That late essence spirit martial grandmaster of the evil shifting sect instantly perished. Keeping Heaven Shocker, Yin Zhaoge now turned to look at Yang Chu Fan and the others who were still rather taken aback as he smiled. Let us continue our earlier topic. Can you tell me how to get to Changli Mountain? Yang Chu Fan, Fong Min, and the others were shocked as they looked at Yin Zhaoge before them, feeling rather speechless for a time. Where we are now is the bewildering Maze Sea. We need to head south, passing through the Spirit Rhino Sea, where our sect is located before arriving at the Directionless Sea, where Changli Mountain is located. Yang Chu Fan was the first to react as he answered straightforwardly. While the three seas are adjacent, there is still quite some distance between them. As one of the 6 evil sects, the evil shifting sect was a massive entity just like Spirit Rhino Island of the 7 Pillars of Good. However, Yin Zhaoge had killed the core figure of the evil shifting sect, the rising star of the senior generation, the dark evil Jiang Xiong, just like that. Shifting sect martial practitioners that numbered several dozens had not, but Yin had killed them all. Yang Chu Fan now knew that the young man in front of him was an extremely ruthless person. It was best for him and his group to adapt to the circumstances. There was no lack of lawless desperados in any place. If you were stronger than him, there was naturally no need to say anything. But if you couldn't do anything to him, then it was better to make peace. After all, if you fought, the other party wouldn't care about the sect behind you. The dead cannot be revived. If they clashed with this vicious person, even if their sect could avenge them afterwards, they would definitely be at a disadvantage now. Hearing Yang Chu Fan's words, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly before continuing. My family and I are often overseas, being rather ignorant of the current experts of this world. I have only heard of the 7 Pillars of Good and the 6 evil sects, but I do not know which sects and which experts are there. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks. This was not some secret. Any random martial practitioner of the vast ocean world will be able to tell them a thing or two. Finally, it was still Yang Chu Fan who answered. The 7 Pillars of Good are Water Crystal Palace, Changli Mountain, the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, the Spirit Returning Sect, and the Blazing Wind Sect. Our Spirit Rhino Island lineage is also amongst them. The 6 evil sects are the Sacred Evil Sect, the Dragon Slayer Sect, the Brilliant Thunder Sect, Green Snake Island, Soul Shocking Island, and the Evil Shifting Sect just now. Amongst them, Water Crystal Palace, the Sacred Evil Sect, and the Dragon Slayer Sect all have martial saints, while the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, and Soul Shocking Island respectively possess the sacred artifacts, the 9 dragon fingers, the floating sinking sword, and the soul-shocking box. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Water Crystal Palace? Yang Chu Fan nodded. That's right. There were some things that he did not say, because it would be putting down his sect's might. While they stood on equal footing with the Blood Dragon Sect and Myriad Sword Pool, comparatively speaking, Water Crystal Palace was the most powerful of the 7 Pillars of Good. Yin Zhaoge looked like he was smiling, whilst also not as he pursed his lips, not continuing on this topic as he instead asked, Your sect seems to be rather familiar with Changli Mountain. I wonder if Changli Mountain has produced any new experts in recent years? He did not directly state Shui Fei's name, only seeming to ask very casually. However, Yang Chu Fan nodded. If it is Changli Mountain itself, there isn't. However, there is a youth surnamed Jun, nicknamed the Big Dipper Sword. He is the most famous rising star of the vast ocean world in recent years, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age. He is the disciple of a guest elder of Changli Mountain, and it is said that he grew up in Changli Mountain. While Yin Zhaoge did not reveal it on his face, he was rather puzzled within. The person he had actually wanted to ask about was Xue Fei. While he knew that little Shi Jun possessed shocking talent, it had only been over a year since they had last met. How could such a great change have occurred? Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he thought of a possibility, smiling nonchalantly, hard-pressed to be defeated amongst those of the same age. How old is he? Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Yang Chu-fan pulled back the corners of his mouth. While he is a little younger than you, even if he is of the same age, he would definitely not be able to compare to you. I heard that Shi Jun, 20 this year, is already an outer aura martial scholar. Yin Zhaoge did not say anything, thinking that it was indeed so. The flow of time in this vast ocean world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world. Thanks to the eye of the Thunder Emperor and an instant's thunder, with his current cultivation base, he was already able to grasp some of the changes in the flow of time. However, wanting to compare the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, he would have to spend a long time adapting to the environment of the new world before he could slowly make a comparison. And now, hearing Yang Chufan's words, after making some estimations, Yin Zhaoge came to a general understanding that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was roughly 5 times that of the Eight Extremities world. In other words, a year in the Eight Extremities world would be roughly 5 years here. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge sighed inwardly. To him, to those of Broad Creed Mountain, it had only been over a year since he had parted with Xue Fei and Shi Jun. However, to Xue Fei and his disciple, they had already been drifting in this foreign world for many years. Still, hearing Yang Chufan's words, Yin Zhaoge could be considered to have completely set his mind at ease regarding Xue Fei and the others. At the very least, they were all still alive, no accidents having happened to them. Also, from the looks of it, they were living pretty well in Changli Mountain. With that, there was no need for him to be anxious. Looking at the people of Spirit Rhino Island before turning to look at the barrier behind him, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Previously, I was busy searching for Changli Mountain. In the end, I passed by a treasure mountain, but did not enter, coming out empty-handed. I wonder what exactly is here. Hearing his words, the hearts of Yang Chu-fan, Fong Min, and the others instantly thumped, bitterness appearing on their faces. To be continued. Chapter 500. Yin Zhaoge was all smiles as he looked at Yang Chu-fan and the others. Yang Chu-fan smiled bitterly. We also coincidentally obtained news of the location of the barrier. It was rumored that there were treasures here, so we came to try our luck. We are also not clear on what exactly is here. Seeing you emerge from the barrier, we had still thought that you would be able to tell us a thing or two. Yin Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. You also don't believe that I would emerge from the barrier empty-handed, right? Yang Chu-fan and the others smiled awkwardly, while Yin Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. All right, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Since that is so, let's really take a look around. Anyway, I already know how to get to Changli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge leisurely turned, strolling back into the barrier as the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks, smiling bitterly without end. Fong Min smiled bitterly. Forget it. If not for this young Master Yin, we would probably already have perished at the hands of Jiang Xiong and the others. We should be the ones thanking him for saving our lives. Other than her being the granddaughter of Spirit Rhino Island's chief, and having been captured alive by Jiang Xiong due to her unique status, the others would have been hard-pressed to survive. Yang Chu-fan nodded. I don't know how this person entered, but he was originally within the barrier. Whether or not he found any treasures earlier, he was already here before us, not really taking advantage of us. After a pause, Yang Chu-fan continued. Most importantly, we are also unable to stop him. The other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners beside him all had rather helpless expressions on their faces. Now that he has returned, what do we do? Even if we enter, we won't be able to snatch any treasures from him. Yang Chu-fan said, This barrier is vast, covering such a vast area. Its depths are hard to predict. Alone, he might not be able to take care of everything. If we enter, we might be able to obtain some fortune. A Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner beside him asked hesitantly. This person is very domineering, also vicious and merciless. If we obtain a fortune, will he snatch it from us? Fong Min said, we have to try. If we obtain it, it is our fate. If we don't, it is our fortune. At the very least, it is better than dying at the hands of the evil, shifting sex Jiang Xiong and the others. Yang Chufan said, since it's a fortuitous encounter, it's often not decided by strength alone. If we can fight for it, we will naturally fight for it. He glanced at Fong Min and said, Junior Marshal Brother Fong is nearby. Previously, he was trapped by Jiang Xiong and the others and couldn't be contacted. Now that he's here, we won't have to worry about this Yin guy forcing himself on us. At the end of the day, this person has helped us. Our Spirit Rhino Island clearly distinguishes between gratitude and enmity. We just have to repay him later on. However, there's no need for us to avoid him every time we see him, or even hide from him when searching for treasures. Hearing his words, the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners all nodded. That is how it should be. Fong Min asked curiously. Second uncle also came to the bewildering maze, see? Yang Chufan said, that's right. He sent a signal and left a message. Let's also enter the barrier. Currently, within the barrier, Yin Zhaoge strode amidst the air atop the sea, temporarily not considering the matter of the Eight Extremities world, and also not having to worry about Shi Jun and Su Fei. Yin Zhaoge now placed all his attention on the barrier before him, gradually having a different feeling about it. Oh, interesting. This enchantment is not ordinary. It covers such a vast area, but it is usually deep and reserved, making it hard for people to detect. It is grand yet subtle. This kind of method is not something a great grandmaster can do. Seeing it, Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. It feels a little like when I entered the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint back then. Perhaps this is yet another legacy site of a martial saint? Yes, and also a martial saint expert who is proficient in the Tao of barriers and seals. Yin Zhaoge thought as he advanced unceasingly. He would occasionally send out a streak of sword light, shooting straight into the skies. The sword light seemed to vanish into the horizon, but very quickly, ripples that resembled water would appear above the seemingly empty sky. Feeling the changes occurring to this barrier as it was shaken, Yin Zhaoge unceasingly adjusted his direction. The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners entered the barrier after him, Yin Zhaoge not stopping them. As they tried to follow behind him, Yin Zhaoge smiled, seemingly not minding it at all. However, while his speed seemed leisurely, the more he walked, the more Yang Chufan and the others were unable to keep up with his speed, being left behind by him to the point where they could no longer be seen. After a long period of searching, Yin Zhaoge suddenly halted. Standing within the sky and gazing downwards, there was nothing in the air above the boundless sea, no islands to be seen. After gazing at the surface of the sea down below for a moment, Yin Zhaoge suddenly raised his palm, striking downwards. His true essence condensed into a single line, breaking through the seawater and heading downwards, unceasingly descending before his palm finally landed at the bottom of the sea. Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel an intense rebounding force emanating from the depths of the sea, even causing him to feel a chill in his heart. With this force, it can't be wrong. This is the seal left behind by a martial saint. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, looking at the sea down below that had been split apart by his palm force. The seawater dispersed into the surroundings, revealing a massive spirit formation that flickered with radiance at the bottom of the sea. Streams of light circulated on the spirit formation, a powerful force beginning to expand unceasingly into the surroundings, stirring the seawater as a massive whirlpool was gradually formed. With the spirit formation as its center, the whirlpool rotated unceasingly, the seawater within a radius of thousands of kilometers being stirred together, a rather majestic sight to behold. Yin Zhaoge descended, landing within the whirlpool, heading towards the spirit formation at the bottom of the sea. The center of the whirlpool merged with the spirit formation, seemingly piercing through space as a door was formed. As Yin Zhaoge strode through the door, before him was a foreign dimension. This space gave off a feeling of bareness. As Yin Zhaoge gazed over, all he saw was a blurry scene. He could not feel much abundant spiritual qi, nor did he feel any shocking power, just feeling heavy and heavy. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, his entire body's true essence circulating as streams of clear qi seemed to flow out of his acupoints, next drifting indistinctly as they expanded towards this foreign dimension. Where the clear qi passed, it was like it was one with space, as the situation here was displayed to Yin Zhaoge in its entirety. Even with his sensory abilities raised to the maximum, Yin Zhaoge still felt that this place was completely empty, causing him to wonder if he had been a step too late. Even if there were treasures here, they had already been taken away by someone else. Yin Zhaoge's mind jolted slightly as he felt a stream of clear qi seemingly vanishing into the sea, actually losing its connection with him. Not shocked, Yin Zhaoge was instead overjoyed, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he immediately set off in that direction. A moment later, a stone statue appeared before Yin Zhaoge. The stone statue depicted a thin old man seated in the meditative position, alone within this foreign dimension. His surroundings were dark and gloomy, with no vegetation, no soil at all. Looking at this stone statue, Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, outside of this foreign dimension, within the region of sea that was enveloped by a barrier, Yang Chu-fan and the others were currently walking on the great sea. Suddenly, joyous expressions appeared on their faces. Swiveling their heads, they saw a figure traversing through the air in pursuit of them. His majestic power shook the heavens and the earth, his martial true intent being of Spirit Rhino Island's direct lineage. His cultivation base clearly being that of an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Fong Min called out happily, "Second uncle." Chapter 501. That figure came to a halt before the people of Spirit Rhino Island. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an authoritative bearing. Fong Zhaoong, the youngest son of Spirit Rhino Island's chief Fong Min's uncle. Seeing Fong Zhaoong appear here, the Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners, Yang Chu-fan included, all heaved a sigh of relief. Amongst the newer experts of Spirit Rhino Island's senior generation, Fong Zhaoong was the indisputable number one. He had been a genius whose name had shaken the vast ocean world in the past, now also an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As compared to his cultivation base, he was still young, but his potential was still limitless. He was slightly older than Jiang Xiong of the Evil Shifting Sect and Hai Jingjie of the Blood Dragon Sect. Back when he had been an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, he had been one of the top 10 Essence Spirit experts, ranking even higher than Jiang Xiong and Hai Jingjie. After he had stepped into the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, the rankings of Jiang Xiong and the others had advanced. Fong Zhaoong nodded slightly towards Fong Min before looking at Yang Chu-fan. "Senior apprentice brother Yang, what exactly happened?" "The information you transmitted was too simple." Yang Chu-fan hurriedly explained the situation. A Spirit Rhino Island disciple finally said, "Senior apprentice Uncle Fong, that person surnamed Yin has returned, entering the barrier once more. We do not know where he is now." "What exactly?" Fong Zhaoong said slowly. "If there's a treasure, we definitely cannot let him get it. And now, it is not a matter of treasure. We have to be careful of this person's schemes. If we can capture him, we will. Otherwise, we can also kill him on the spot." Fong Min was rather taken aback. "Second uncle, he saved us. Otherwise, facing dark, evil Jiang Xiong, we wouldn't even have been able to ask you for help. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced." Fong Zhaoong shook his head, gazing at Yang Chu-fan, Fong Min, and the others. "Just now you said that the gap in the barrier was not opened by you using the Zhongyuan spirit flag, but by that Yin Zhaoge. Is that correct?" The Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners exchanged looks before nodding in unison. Fong Zhaoong asked again, "Then, do you know what he used to open the barrier?" They shook their heads in unison, Fong Zhaoong snorting. It was the blood ghost heavenly talisman. The younger spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners had yet to react when Yang Chu Fan involuntarily exclaimed, "Blood ghost heavenly talisman?" Fong Zhaoong nodded with a solemn face. "When I came in through the gap, I felt that something was wrong, so I stopped to study it. The remnant aura and traces were the holy evil sect's blood ghost heavenly talisman. It's rumored that the blood ghost heavenly talisman is a treasure that the sacred evil sect obtained from unearthing the Great Calamity ruins. Its quantity is limited, and one used means one less." Yang Chufan muttered to himself. After all, he was a veteran of Jianghu. Although he could not distinguish the blood ghost heavenly talisman, he had heard of its existence and use. Fong Zhaoong said, "That's right. After so many years, logically speaking, the holy evil sect shouldn't have much left, but such a rare and precious treasure has appeared in this person's hands, which shows that his intentions are not small, and we must guard against him." Yang Chufan mumbled. The martial art that person used was very unfamiliar. Fong Zhaoong swept a glance at him. The sacred evil sect has always been mysterious and unfathomable. No one has been able to clearly find out its roots. Fong Min said, rather hesitantly, "He killed someone of the evil, shifting sect at the end of the day, and not just any random disciple at that. It was dark, evil Jiang Xiong, the evil shifting sect's senior generation expert with the greatest potential. The 6 evil sects often have internal strife, with even those of the same sect killing each other from time to time, much less those of different sections." Fong Zhaoong looked solemnly at Fong Min. "The other party clearly wants to gain your trust by injuring himself in order to harm our spirit Rhino Island." Fong Zhaoong looked at Fong Min, pausing for a moment before secretly sending via sound transmission. "I especially suspect that he has specifically come for you, wanting to use you to accomplish his evil deeds. Little Min, you are still too inexperienced. Do not be easily deceived and used by others." Hearing his words, Fong Min's face reddened slightly as she lowered her head. "Second uncle, he did not even look at me once," Fong Zhaoong snorted. "It is just a small trick. Otherwise, why would he still remain within this barrier? The treasures have long since been looted. Returning and entering the barrier means that he definitely has a follow-up plan." Looking at his niece, his expression eased slightly. "Little Min, you have already grown up. Still, you must know that the pugilistic world is dangerous. While our spirit Rhino Island does not have a martial saint presiding over it, even a martial saint would not dare to lightly step onto our spirit Rhino Island. In order to destroy our foundations, the enemy will use all sorts of methods. The disciples of our sect must be vigilant at all times." Fong Zhaohong's gaze swept the surrounding region of sea, his expression rather dark. This kid is truly sinister and crafty. Sadly, he made a mistake, not knowing that I once saw the traces of the blood ghost heavenly talisman being used elsewhere, thus giving himself away. Yang Chufan asked, "What do we do now?" Fong Zhaohong said, "The sacred evil sect's intentions are not small, wanting to harm our spirit Rhino Island. We naturally cannot just sit here and wait for death. It would be best if we could capture this person alive and figure out his plot. If that is not possible, we will strike first and kill him. Evil and crooked, everyone has the right to slay them. As you say, this kid possessing such a cultivation base at such a young age is truly terrifying. Given a little more time, he will definitely be another sacred evil in the future. He definitely cannot be left alive. Thinking that his scheme has succeeded in deceiving your trust, just as he is feeling pleased with himself, his wariness will instead drop. This would be a great time to slay him." Standing in midair, Fong Zhaohong closed his eyes and carefully felt the spiritual qi flow of the surrounding region of sea. "Oh, there's a vortex that has not dissipated for a long time." He opened his eyes. "It is very likely to be there." Saying thus, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the distance. Within the foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, facing that stone statue. Streams of clear chi emanated from his body before coiling and landing on that stone statue. The clear chi connected Yin Zhaoge with the stone statue. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body shuddered together, causing specks of light to light up on the corresponding acupoints of that stone statue. The specks of light resembled the numerous stars of the universe. As the light lit up, a vigorous feeling of power gradually emanated from the stone statue. That power was extremely terrifying, as even the current Yin Zhaoge felt shocked. Still, he felt even more joy. This really is a good thing. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth. Still, Yin Zhaoge quickly felt that someone else had entered this foreign dimension. His gaze turned cold slightly as the clear chi connected to the stone statue was instantly severed, being retracted within his body as the flickering specks of light on the stone statue dimmed as well. Turning and gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw a few figures enter the foreign dimension. Their leader was a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the early Essence Talisman stage. Beside that middle-aged man was Yang Chufan. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Yang Chufan hurriedly said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Junior apprentice brother Fong, this is that young master Yin Zhaoge who saved us earlier." The middle-aged man nodded, first bowing towards Yin Zhaoge. "Spirit Rhino Island's Fong Zhaoong thanks this friend for saving my fellow disciples." Chapter 502. Looking at this middle-aged man of the early Essence Talisman stage before him, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly, "Greetings." As the gazes of those of Spirit Rhino Island fell on the stone statue behind Yin Zhaoge, they were all rather taken aback. Fong Zhaohong's gaze swept past the stone statue, not remaining on it as he turned and said to Yin Zhaoge, "If you are free, why not come to my Spirit Rhino Island for a visit, allowing us to express our gratitude?" Yin Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. "I intend to make a trip to Changli Mountain next. If I have the time in the future, I might be able to trouble your clan." Fong Zhaoong said, "Our sect welcomes you with open arms." Looking at the stone statue beside him, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "To tell you the truth, in this foreign dimension, I only found this thing. I'm ashamed to say that I still have not completely understood it. It should be something good, but it's obvious that it can't be divided. What does your sect say?" Fong Zhaohong raised his hand and made a pleased gesture. He slowly said, "If it were someone else, our sect would still fight for it. Treasures without an owner should belong to the most capable. There's no such thing as first come, first served. However, Your Excellency has just saved many of our fellow disciples from the hands of the evil, shifting sect, and we are grateful for Your Excellency's kindness. Since Your Excellency has arrived first and discovered this treasure first, we have no face to compete with you." As he said this, he retreated, indicating that he would not compete with Yin Zhaoge. Yang Chufan and the other Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners who had accompanied him retreated as well. It looked as if it wanted to leave the foreign dimension. Fong Zhaoong said, "We will wait outside. If Sir wishes to head for the directionless sea, where Changli Mountain is located, the shortest route would be through our sect's Spirit Rhino Sea. We can travel together. You possess such shocking cultivation at such a young age. Please guide the youths of my Spirit Rhino Island." Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "You are too polite." Seeing the figures of Fong Zhaoong and the others vanish before his eyes, Yin Zhaoge did not continue communicating with the stone statue. Instead, he grabbed it with his power, preparing to first collect this mysterious treasure before leaving this place. As his true essence swept along the stone statue, it just shook a little, as Yin Zhaoge wasn't even able to move it with his first strike. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, even a mountain could be broken apart and uprooted from the ground. However, when he moved the stone statue, he felt as if he was shaking the entire foreign dimension. This feeling was even heavier than when he had taken the true dragon's body at the former residence of the glacial dragon martial saint. Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change as he exerted even more force, at the same time streams of clear qi emanating from his body, infusing into the acupoints of that stone statue. The entire foreign space trembled slightly, but that heavy stone statue finally left the ground. Yin Zhaoge opened his shadow, shrinking pouch, wanting to keep it within, yet found it extremely difficult. Using the same old method, the pillar of the divine palace once again displayed its effect, suppressing the stone statue. The stone statue actually felt much lighter. But just at this time, light suddenly flickered above Yin Zhaoge's head. Streams of light intertwined, forming a round mirror. In the light of the mirror, a figure appeared. It was Feng Zhaoong, who had just left. Feng Zhaoong appeared just inches away from Yin Zhaoge, then struck out towards him with both his palms. Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, spiritual light flash. Borrowing the martial intent that he had secretly left behind, Feng Zhaohong's sneak attack this time had traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, catching everyone off guard. He returned, his palms descending together. Jade light flickered as a massive, true martial talisman appeared, profound and indiscernible. However, darkness suddenly obstructed the space between him and Yin Zhaoge. With this, the distance of mere inches became the distance between the heavens and the earth. Feng Zhaohong's heart sank as he changed his stance, streams of jade light circulating as he advanced amidst the darkness. However, the sound of thunder suddenly resounded amidst the boundless darkness. The next moment, the strange white light of thunder filled the air, shooting towards Feng Zhaohong like a tidal wave. Feng Zhaohong was slightly shocked as he hurriedly retracted his palm and retreated, his entire person seeming to transform into a streak of jade light as he shifted within the air. Enveloped by the thunder of eternal night, Yin Zhaoge's figure was indistinctly visible. Oh, Spirit Rhino Island's martial arts also have their unique aspects. Feng Zhaoong knit his brows, striking out towards Yin Zhaoge with one palm, while beckoning towards the distant air with his other palm. A mirror light flickered within the air. It was a high-grade spirit artifact. Amidst the surging radiance, Feng Zhaohong's figure flickered as he arrived before Yin Zhaoge once more. Yin Zhaoge placed one hand on the shoulder of the stone statue as he flicked his sleeve with the other, the roar of a dragon resounding as green light flickered within his sleeve. Wielded by Yin Zhaoge, the high-grade spirit artifact, the green abyss sword, transformed into a green dragon, shooting viciously towards Feng Zhaohong's jade light mirror. In essence, Spirit Martial Grandmaster has a high-grade spirit artifact. Feng Zhaohong's heart sunk once more as he completely calmed his mind, unleashing Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm, to the maximum. Executed by Feng Zhaohong, this supreme martial art was incomparably far from Yang Chufan's as compared to the heavens and the earth. Jade light flickered within Feng Zhaohong's eyes, resembling two round mirrors as Yin Zhaoge's sword was reflected within them, as well as the possible variations that might follow. As the true martial talisman circulated, streams of profound aura connected to the surrounding area. Feng Zhaohong transformed into a jade light, evading Yin Zhaoge's sword. Jade light flickered continuously as he analyzed the variations of Yin Zhaoge's sword whilst also looking for its weak points, attempting to counterattack. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. Telepathy, suppressing the enemy first? His sword stance did not change, his gaze suddenly becoming as deep as the sea. Feng Zhaohong's mind wavered slightly, as it was as though a massive spirit turtle had appeared before his eyes, unmoving and unmoving as it lay within the depths of the sea. It was also like the sea's surface was completely still, without any wind or waves at all, without any ripples at all. His high-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Light Mirror, was perfectly compatible with Spirit Rhino Island's supreme martial art, the Spirit Rhino Palm. Unleashing their effects together, it predicted the enemy first, suppressing the enemy and obtaining victory. However, at this moment, his mind was completely empty as he was completely unable to extrapolate Yin Zhaoge's following moves. As Yin Zhaoge executed the coiling dragon sleeve, he also executed the mantra of the stabilizing ocean spirit fist of the 6 spirit demonic fists, instantly leaving Feng Zhaoong helpless. I don't know why you want to fight with me, Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Still, I actually don't care about the reason. Don't tell me that it's a misunderstanding or whatever. Before his words had landed, Yin Zhaoge's sword stance changed once more. As the azure dragon flew, it abruptly opened its mouth, roaring. A river of stars, tilted as specks of starlight, filled the air, enveloping Feng Zhaoong. Yin Zhaoge was no longer using the stabilizing ocean spirit fist now. A spiritual light flickered within Feng Zhaohong's mind as he was able to extrapolate the variations of his sword once more. However, as Yin Zhaoge's sword struck over at this moment, myriad variations seemed to exist within as Feng Zhaoong was completely unable to extrapolate them all. In an instant, Feng Zhaoong was struck by a number of swords. His injuries were not serious. As compared to his body's injuries, what made Feng Zhaoong feel even worse was that he felt as though countless things had been forcibly stuffed into his head, as though they were about to explode. That uncomfortable feeling left Feng Zhaoong wishing that he could retract his cultivation, not daring to use the spirit rhino palm again. Aren't you very good at extrapolating? You can't take it anymore? Yin Zhaoge smiled, having already completely kept the stone statue now. Without the stone statue holding him back, Yin Zhaoge's power erupted mightily, no longer using nimble fighting techniques, as he instead directly concentrated his power and launched a frenzied head-on attack. You can't do complicated things. Let's do something simpler then. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge slashed through the air, chopping towards Feng Zhaoong with the momentum of splitting the heavens. To be continued. Chapter 503. As Yin Zhaoge slashed out with his sword, the myriad starlights were retracted, seemingly merging into one. As the azure dragon roared, it merged with the starry river. 7 spots of light appeared on the surface of its body, looking like the Big Dipper hanging in the sky. The first move, dragon riding the 7 stars, turned the endless sword light into one and headed straight for Feng Zhaoong. Feng Zhaohong's mind relaxed slightly. The thousands of changes had all disappeared, leaving only one. His Spirit Rhino Island Spirit Rhino Palm was about projecting variations and analyzing his opponent's next thoughts, unceasingly dispelling the false and retaining the true, obtaining the one or more that were most likely to occur, from which you would consider how to deal with them. Previously, with Yin Zhaoge's myriad sword lights, innumerable possibilities had surged into Feng Zhaohong's mind at the same time. Every single one of them had seemed so realistic, making it hard for him to predict and choose. Now, it was much simpler. There was only one type of transformation. It should be said that this sword of Yin Zhaoge's did not intend to change at all. On the other hand, it was precisely this unchanging sword strike that seemed to have transformed the ordinary into the miraculous, and it converged the complicated into the simplest, causing Feng Zhaoong to be unable to deal with it. A powerful force was condensed in the sword, completely breaking through Feng Zhaohong's palm attack. Then, the sword stabbed forward, sealing off even his path of retreat. At this moment, Feng Zhaohong felt that he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He could only take this sword head-on. Faced with Yin Zhaoge's all-conquering sword, the essence talisman condensed of his martial true intent, and his true essence began to crack apart inch by inch, seemingly about to shatter. The movement of the sword was clear, but he just couldn't block it. Feng Zhaoong was greatly alarmed. With a fierce roar, his figure abruptly turned, transforming into a ray of light as he charged into the high-grade jade light mirror. At the critical moment, Feng Zhaoong executed the supreme martial art of Spirit Rhino Island once more, spiritual light flashing. The jade light mirror remained where it was, having become Feng Zhaohong's substitute puppet as it shook intensely as it was pressured by Yin Zhaoge's sword light. Feng Zhaoong, however, couldn't care less about that now. I can't leave. Yin Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he wielded the green abyss sword with his right hand, his left hand having long since been prepared. He spread his fingers, then clenched them into a fist. Within Yin Zhaoge's palm, there seemed to exist a clump of chaos. As he spread his fingers, streams of chaotic air currents spread out and filled the void. When Yin Zhaoge clenched his fist, that region of chaos seemed to have transformed into a black hole. Everything in the surrounding void, whether tangible or intangible, seemed to be pulled by a boundless, immense force as they all flew towards Yin Zhaoge's left palm. In the space in front of him, the jade light mirror shook even more violently. Large amounts of light shot out from the air, shining for no reason. A wisp of jade light was forcibly sucked out of the jade light mirror, revealing Fang Xiaohong's figure once more. That terrifying sword light was already in front of Fang Xiaohong. Fang Xiaohong summoned the jade light mirror to protect himself, but with the sharpness of Yin Zhaoge's sword, where light flickered, fresh blood spurted madly from Fang Xiaohong's body. The sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon shattered Fang Xiaohong's talisman and pierced through his body. The sharp and tyrannical quintessential essence continued to wreak havoc in his body. Fang Xiaohong gritted his teeth and struggled to survive. Now that he already knew that he was not Yin Zhaoge's match, he only wished to be able to flee this place. Fang Min and the other Spirit Rhino Island disciples with lower cultivation bases had already been sent out of the barrier by him, returning to the Spirit Rhino Sea to seek reinforcements. As long as he did not die here, he would have a chance of escaping with his life. However, that sword light that had transformed into an azure dragon did not dissipate after having pierced through his body. Instead, it meandered about, coiling around Fang Xiaohong's body. The dragon scales stood erect, resembling infinite sword light that surged explosively at the same time, unceasingly blasting towards Fang Xiaohong. Yin Zhaoge's left hand did not cease in its movements. As he clenched his fist, a massive suction force dragged Fang Xiaohong before him. Then, Yin Zhaoge's left hand transformed into a bright glazed color, flickering with a golden light as it resembled Vajra. Feeling the terrifying power within Yin Zhaoge's left fist, the shadow of death loomed over Fang Xiaohong's heart. At the same time that Fang Xiaohong appeared to attack Yin Zhaoge, Yang Chufan and the other two Spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners also appeared at the entrance to the foreign dimension before rushing over in Yin Zhaoge's direction. However, as they neared, they saw a shocking scene. While they had witnessed how Yin Zhaoge had slain Jiang Xiong, they had still not thought that even the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong would actually not be Yin Zhaoge's match at all. Why don't you guess? How much strength do I need to use to beat trash like you? Yin Zhaoge's joking words from back then surfaced in their minds as a chill involuntarily shot up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Yang Chufan and the others all felt bitter within their hearts. Only now did they know that Yin Zhaoge had not been joking back then. Slaying dark, evil Jiang Xiong, who was bolstered by a mid-grade spirit artifact barehanded, Yin Zhaoge had not used his full strength at all. Currently, facing Yin Zhaoge, the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster Fang Xiaohong had also been beaten to the point of being completely unable to retaliate. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Yang Chufan and the other two from the corner of his eye. He saw that they were currently rushing over towards him, 6 palms and 3 streaks of jade light attacking toward his back. Clearly, they wanted to coordinate with Fang Xiaohong. Sadly, they had not thought that Fang Xiaohong would be defeated so quickly. Go! With just a thought from Yin Zhaoge, the Eternal Night Thundersword surged with boundless darkness once more, blocking before his opponents. Yang Chufan and the others had not thought that the situation would actually turn out like this. Of course, they could not even think about escaping. White thunderbolts exploded, instantly blasting Yang Chufan and the other two into disarray. Just struggling to stabilize themselves, they saw Yin Zhaoge execute the Vajra body, his left fist bright as Vajra. Yang Chufan hurriedly called out, "Please show mercy. There must be a misunderstanding here." Before his words had landed, Yin Zhaoge's fist had already descended. Fang Xiaohong's eyeballs seemed on the verge of imploding as a boom resounded, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the blood spurting madly before them, Yang Chufan and the other two stared blankly, their mouths agape and tongue-tied as though someone had grabbed them by the neck. Yin Zhaoge now swiveled his head to look at the trio, saying nonchalantly, "Misunderstanding? Speaking of misunderstanding now, what were you doing just now?" A spirit Rhino Island martial practitioner was somewhat unable to control his emotions as he roared sorrowfully. "You killed senior apprentice Brother Fong, forming a blood enmity with my spirit Rhino Island." Yang Chu-fan shook his head repeatedly, an expression of absurd disbelief on his face. "How did the sacred evil sect produce someone like you? You first killed Jiang Xiong and then junior apprentice Brother Fong. Even if the sacred evil sect is protecting you, the evil shifting sect and our sect will not let you off." Yin Zhaoga smiled. "While I don't know who this person's surname Fong is, it looks like his position in your spirit Rhino Island should not be low. I have already offended the evil shifting sect. If I offend you guys as well, it would undoubtedly be adding hail to snow. Let alone the fact that I want to go to the directionless sea, where Chongli Mountain is located. I will also have to pass through the Spirit Rhino Sea that your Spirit Rhino Island occupies. You want to say this, don't you?" Yang Chu-fan looked dazedly at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's expression was calm as he brandished the sword within his hand. "Your logic is not wrong, but this does not mean that I have to endure it when you come to provoke me. Since you like to court death, I'll grant your wish then." Where his sword passed, the light of blood was everywhere. To be continued. Chapter 504. Having slain Fong Zhaoong and the others, Yin Zhaoga's expression was calm as he smacked his lips. Sacred evil sect? How strange. Having already kept the stone statue and checked that there were no other treasures within the foreign dimension, Yin Zhaoga collected the weapons of Fong Zhaoong and the others before leaving this foreign dimension in a calm and unhurried manner. Having arrived on the great sea outside, Yin Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. Raising his head, he felt that the barrier that enveloped this region of sea was in the midst of gradually dissipating. Yin Zhaoga nodded slightly. The source of power that created this barrier, supporting its existence all this while, is precisely that stone statue. No other spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners could be seen at the entrance of the foreign dimension. Yin Zhaoga knew that other than Yang Chu-fan and the other two who had been brought along by Fong Zhaoong to assist him, the other spirit Rhino Island martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases seemed to have already left. From this, it could be seen that the other party had decided to besiege him from the very beginning. The training of the younger generation disciples was cancelled to avoid being affected. They left immediately. If he did not leave them here to receive him, he would most likely have gone to contact the other experts of Spirit Rhino Island. Now that he had killed all those from the evil shifting sect, the news would not have leaked out. Since Spirit Rhino Island was unable to contact Fong Zhaoong and the others, they should have already guessed what had happened. In this way, even though the forces of good and evil were at odds with each other, they could still leak information to the evil shifting sect. Being unfamiliar with this place, moving in such a foreign environment, he should be as careful as possible. Having killed those of the evil shifting sect, he should avoid news of it leaking out. Still, Yin Zhaoga would still find it very hard to silence them for no reason at all. However, Fong Zhaoong, Yang Chu-fan, and the others took the initiative to harm him. That was another matter altogether. Yin Zhaoga had no qualms about sending them to hell. As for the possible consequences, weighing that shadow, shrinking pouch containing the stone statue, Yin Zhaoga seemed to be deep in thought. This thing is interesting. While I'm already aware of the current overall situation of the vast ocean world, I'm still unclear on many of the details. The bewildering maze sea was a danger ground of the vast ocean world, its situation somewhat similar to the marsh of illusory sea of the Eight Extremities world. The difference was that even though the marsh of illusory sea had the word sea in its name, it was actually a swamp on a continent, whereas the bewildering maze sea was a vast ocean that was filled with illusions, and it was difficult to determine one's direction, causing one to easily get lost within it. Still, there were still various treasures within the bewildering maze sea that attracted the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world to enter and seek them. Yin Zhaoga also encountered some seafarers and martial practitioners within, asking for directions from time to time. Walking and halting, going in circles, Yin Zhaoga had gone in quite a few circles as well, finally gradually exiting the bewildering maze sea. During this period of time, although Fu Inshu's injuries had not yet healed, she was slowly waking up. After giving Fu Inshu a general introduction of the reason for their arrival and the current environment, Yin Zhaoge asked the question that had always been on his mind. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, what happened back then? How are Junior Sister Feng and the others? While Fu Inshu's injuries had yet to heal, she could still walk on her own, naturally not having to continue staying within Yin Zhaoge's shadow shrinking pouch. The Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Meng Feng, launched a sneak attack on us, and I was separated from Yunsheng and Luhua. Recalling this, Fu Inshu was also rather resentful. In the process of clashing, I was at a disadvantage, being forced to push Meng Feng along as we were swept into the frenzied tides caused by the Tai Imperial breaking formation sealing the Flame Devils, being heavily injured by them. Meng Feng was a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan of the same generation as Huang Guanglia and Pan Buatai, the Dawn Lord of the first generation of the Seven Reigning Suns. After stepping into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm, Meng Feng had entered secluded cultivation as a grand elder, no longer caring about the daily affairs of the clan, as the name of the Dawn Lord had also been passed down to others. Unlike Pan Buatai, who was so high profile, Meng Feng usually spent most of his time either cultivating in seclusion at the Sacred Sun clan's world illuminating peak or in the Southern Underground Palace, not casually leaving the clan. With the East Sea and the Earth Domain having simultaneously changed this time, his sudden appearance had not aroused any suspicions. However, the Sacred Sun clan schemes were not small. This sudden attack had caused Fu Inshu to suffer a loss. While Fu Inshu had stepped into the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm, facing the transcending mortality Meng Feng, she was still inevitably not his match. However, Fu Inshu's personality was unyielding and resolute as she had been determined to perish together with her enemy, dragging Meng Feng along as they were engulfed by those frenzied tides that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Martial saints not appearing, transcending mortality was king. In the end, Fu Inshu had been saved by Yin Zhaoge, while Meng Feng had been ripped apart by that terrifying force. A peak martial grandmaster, an expert of the transcending mortality stage, having perished just like that, one could only sigh helplessly. Yin Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly. Other than Meng Feng, were there any other people of the Sacred Sun clan? Could Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others have also been swept into the frenzied tides caused by the power of the seal? Fu Inshu was currently also deeply worried. I am unable to confirm Yunsheng and Liuhua's situation. Logically speaking, the place where I got separated from them was still some distance away from the boundary of the frenzied tides. If they had retreated to the outskirts in time, they should not have been swept within. Yin Zhaoge was silent, letting out a long breath. The Sacred Sun clan was aiming for Junior Apprentice Sister Feng and the others. Fu Inshu nodded. That's right, I think so too. That is why I went all out in restraining Meng Feng. Yin Zhaoge asked, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, did you meet Meng Feng by chance? If it was not by chance, how would the people of the Sacred Sun clan have sensed your movements and locked onto your position? The Great Sun heaven-measuring ruler was sent into the 9 underworlds by us, and Huang Guanglia is within the Tai Imperial breaking formation, while Meng Feng is a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Unless he is near to a certain extent, he should not have been able to discover you. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Because of the Tai Imperial breaking formation seal at the time, the surrounding spiritual qi had completely collapsed, the heavens and the earth having been thrown into chaos. Even if you were very close, Meng Feng probably would not have been able to find you. Even if he could find you, how could he be sure that it was you and not someone else? Yin Zhaoge looked at Fu Inshu. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should not know at all that our clan's 2 maidens of extreme have come to the East Sea. Junior Apprentice Sister Yin's existence should still be kept a secret. Was it Junior Apprentice Sister Feng who exposed her? Fu Inshu sighed. Lu Hua unintentionally encountered people of the Sacred Sun clan before. For some reason, it seems like they discovered her identity as a maiden of extreme. As for afterwards, Fu Inshu shook her head slightly. The heavens and earth changed greatly. In the great battle with the flame devils, Lu Hua was separated from Yunsheng and me for a while. She was saved by a solitary practitioner of the East Sea, and with his help, she found Yunsheng and me. In order to keep it a secret, I originally wanted to detain that solitary practitioner first. However, the environment was chaotic at the time. With the flame devils also attacking from the side, he managed to escape. Not long after that, the people of the Sacred Sun clan came looking for us. After a great battle, I was separated from Yunsheng and Lu Hua. Fu Inshu's gaze turned cold. Thinking back on it now, I'm afraid that the problem lies with that solitary practitioner. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Our clan has been growing stronger and stronger in recent years, already gradually returning to the #1 sacred ground. That solitary practitioner should not have been bought over at the last moment, instead having been a spy of the Sacred Sun clan since a long time ago. Junior apprentice sister Yin's experience is too shallow. She cannot be entirely blamed for this. Fu Inshu's expression was a little gloomy. What I'm only worried about now is that other than Meng Feng, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners in the vicinity at the time, acting against Yunsheng and Lu Hua. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes, Yunsheng's bright smile appearing within his mind. To be continued.